because I've got an opinion on who I think's in the playoffs.
What do you mean? You think tonight how it plays out, or at the end of time?
At the end of the year, when the playoffs are set.
Two teams aren't losing in the regular season. Now, there is a team in Georgia that has an opportunity to lose once they get to their championship game, but I think Michigan's going to win out. Whoever, if it's Michigan or Ohio State, or if Penn State slides back in, that championship game is going to be a complete massacre. But I think Michigan's going to win out. I think Georgia's going to win out in the regular season. And even if they lose in the championship game, I think Georgia will find a way in. I think the Big 12 is going to be done after this weekend. I told you, Bedlam is going to get rid of Oklahoma. And I think Kansas State, the way they're playing right now with multiple quarterbacks, they get Texas, and that will be it for the Longhorns.
My point, Brown, and I sort of agree with what McAfee's saying here, is SEC and Big Ten, their champions will be in. And I don't think either one gets a second team in. Florida State, I don't think loses. And then I think Oregon doesn't lose again. So I think it'll be an SEC champion, a Big Ten champion, Florida State, and Oregon.
I can see that. Yeah.
That'd be my four, probably.
Yeah,
if I had to bet.
I think Oregon is playing as well as anyone. But this schedule is still going to be difficult down the stretch because Oregon State on a giving Saturday in the Civil War. And, hey, I talk about Bedlam's going to be bananas this week.
You think
so will the Civil War? When's Oregon State going to get an opportunity at Oregon again?
You think
Big Brother's taking off. Yeah. They're taking off to the Big Ten.
You think DJ Uiagalelei against that Oregon defense is going to do anything? Come on.
Well, we'll see. That's why they play the games.
What do you think, Brown?
I tell you what I think is really, really interesting as it pertains to this, and it really affects Oregon, is Washington has struggled over their last two games. And they get USC, and now USC also has struggled. But when USC puts it all together, they can beat anybody in that conference, obviously. That's a game to watch this weekend. You give Washington a loss, now all of a sudden any runway they've got is gone, right?
I think so.
Oklahoma lost all their runway.
People forget this too, Prime. And you're in the conference, so you see this week in and week out. Or you don't, because I tried the Pac-12 Network. It's a riddle to be able to get on there.
You don't have an Uzi?
I've heard about this Uzi thing. But you look at USC, they got two losses, but only one's in conference.
That's right.
They beat Cal this past week. So if USC wins out, you know who's in the conference championship game? USC. They've got something to play for.
Their problem is they get Oregon next week. I would believe that with USC. If they could beat Washington this week, they've got a shot at being in the Pac-12 championship. But they got Oregon next. I can't imagine them beating Washington and Oregon.
I'm not about self-promotion at all.
I've heard that all show.
I'm not. But I have said all year that USC will beat one of these two teams in back-to-back weeks. I don't know if it's Washington. I don't know if it's Oregon. It's one of them.
I think maybe Washington Saturday.
Love seeing your comments over there in the chat room as well. We appreciate all of you being part of the show today on our Halloween special. And stay tuned to our social media platforms. Everything at Next Round Live as we move throughout the day. Any developing news on the NFL trade deadline or any college football news considering Michigan. Little T will have that for you right there at Next Round Live, both on Instagram and on X. That hour of the show brought to you by Champies, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Coming up, we do this thing called a Mystery Fifth Hour. And you're about to get a special episode of the Mystery Fifth Hour. It's our Halloween special. It's coming up at the top of the hour. You don't have to change channels, re-click a different link, anything. Just stay where you are right now. Our overtime today is the Mystery Fifth Hour. We're back with you again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live show now on a Wednesday. LT will be with us a little bit later on. He had an appointment this morning, so he'll join us shortly. We'll be whole again, minus Rockstar, who's off today. Tyler, the intern, no longer the intern, full-time employee, owns his own residence now.
Wow, how about that?
He was a T-Rex yesterday for us.
Yep.
He will manage everything there. Forrester and Lunsford on the back row. Taylor Corn with everything going on our social media platform. He's Ryan Brown. I'm Jim Dunaway. We got a college football playoff ranking last night for the first one. We'll talk the way it would look in the playoffs next year with 12 teams later on. But it's a 4-team race this weekend or this year. And, Brownie, I would start off by saying the playoffs begin this weekend for so many teams. Teams like Texas, teams like Alabama, Oklahoma, all playing ranked teams this weekend. The playoffs begin this weekend. And that's one thing I'm going to miss about the 4-team playoff is that really when we get to November, it's all playoff football.
Well, I mean, Washington is another good example, Jim. They play USC. They could get in with a loss, but, them viewed with a loss. Oregon, not so much, but any game you lose, obviously, it doesn't matter who you're playing. Texas, Kansas State, losable game. Alabama, LSU, losable game. Oklahoma and Bedlam, losable game. You got number 10, Ole Miss right there. They're technically still alive. They got Georgia to play. They get to play the number 2 team in the nation. So you can go pretty deep in this thing. 11 Penn State is not dead. 12 Missouri is not dead. 13 Louisville is not dead. I don't think you could say number 14 LSU is dead.
It'd take a lot, like 2007.
They're not dead. I think you get all the way to number 15 before you can say, okay, it's not playoff season for Notre Dame. I don't think there's a path for them anymore.
Yeah. But so we get the rankings last night, and here's what they look like. Ohio State is number 1. We'll talk about that in a second. Georgia, Michigan, 2 and 3. Florida State is 4. First 2 teams out, Washington and Oregon, just like mine and a lot of others. Then comes Texas, Alabama, Oklahoma. We'll talk about that sequence coming up here in a moment. Ole Miss is 10, Penn State down at 11, Missouri 12. Their only loss is to 14 LSU. Louisville is 13, LSU, Notre Dame, Oregon State, Tennessee, Utah, UCLA. And then the last 6 teams is, really the next 4 here before you get to the 2 group of 5s, Tulane and Air Force at 24-25. USC 20, Kansas 21, Oklahoma State 22, and Kansas State 23. 21, 22, 23, really, to me, propping up the Big 12.
Yeah, you were one of the first people I remember saying this. In fact, I'll just go ahead and give you credit for being the first person. Watch the bottom of the poll because it often educates you on what they're trying to do at the top of the poll. So your suggestion here would be they're trying to help the Big 12 as much as they can. The problem being if Kansas State and Oklahoma State just win to keep their spot right there, the Big 12 is absolutely dead. Yeah. That's your problem. You can help them all you want, but one of 2 things is going to happen. Oklahoma State or Kansas State's going to win or they're going to fall out.
Well, it becomes a quality win at this point, and really if you go 16 through 23, they, to me, are helping build the strength up of the Pac-12 and the Big 12, right? And there's just not a whole lot of helping the SEC out at the bottom.
Right.
Not a whole lot of helping out the Big 10 at the bottom.
Yep.
I don't know who you would slide in there that's not already in there, but from about 16 on, some will debate around the country, is Tennessee still a top 20 type team? But from the 16 on, there's a lot of Pac-12, Big 12 love there that will offer up support to Washington and or Oregon and Texas and or Oklahoma should they get there. There is very little support for Florida State and or Louisville to get in there with the ACC.
You don't see a whole lot of ACC in there.
Nope.
And that is, and listen, if Louisville starts losing games, Florida State basically hangs their hat on that LSU win. So the one thing they need is LSU to continue to win, which would affect Alabama, obviously. So that's the chess match. That's the checkers game that you play from this point on when you start looking at these rankings is, what happens at the bottom of the poll that supports the top of the poll. And then everybody starts picking off each other right now.
Let's jump into this, and we'll go with the top four, the four that's in there first. Brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. Tell us about Michelson, Brown.
969-8100, that is the number for Michelson Laser Vision, michelsonlaservision.com. Lance is the guy on the show, and I've had so many people reach out to me because of what Lance says. About getting the LASIK surgery. Now, I went and got evaluated. I wasn't a great candidate for you, and that should tell you all you need to know about Michelson. They're not just doing it to do it. They want to make sure it's right for you. Lance went from basically close to legally blind to fighter pilot vision. If you want to change your vision and maybe change your life forever, Michelson Laser Vision. Call Amy. Get an evaluation today. Say, I want Lance Taylor's fighter pilot vision. 969-8100. That is 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
Ohio State has good wins over Notre Dame and Penn State. And you may say to yourself, okay, their resume warrants them being number one. But I watched them struggle against Wisconsin, and their offense at times doesn't look the same.
They don't run the ball consistently. They ran it better against Wisconsin.
They're banged up in that running back room. Kyle McCord threw 2 interceptions. They're not world beaters, but they do have wins over Notre Dame and Penn State, who's sliding in at 11 and 15 in this ranking. So they are number one. And I would assume they're going by resume there, but not eye test, which then if you're Florida State or Washington, you may say to yourself, well, if we're going by eye test to put Ohio State number one, what are we doing for Georgia? Resume for Ohio State 1. What are we doing with Georgia and Michigan at 2 and 3? To me, that's back to the eye test, that Georgia and Michigan have at times looked like the best team in the country, though they have not been tested by their schedule.
Yeah, because I've said this several times this week, is that the one thing Georgia has shown us is when they play the quality teams on their schedule, they are able to flip the switch on and dominate a game.
Beat their eyes out.
And then I list the quality teams on their schedule that they did that against. Do you know who those teams are, right? Kentucky and Florida.
Yeah, unranked Kentucky, unranked Florida.
Yeah, and that's a problem. Now, they're about to play a stretch that includes Missouri, which is there at number 12. It includes Ole Miss, which is there at number 10. It includes Tennessee, which is there at number 17. So, they're going to solve a lot of that moving forward. But if you look at it right now, their best 2 wins are Kentucky and Florida, and that does not measure up to what at least one of Ohio State's and Notre Dame.
And even worse for Michigan.
There's no doubt. Your whole eye test on Michigan, completely eye test on them.
But so Georgia and Michigan, but I look at them, and I had them 1 and 2, so I don't have a problem with this, but unless I'm ranking Ohio State 1. And if I'm ranking Ohio State 1, then I feel like I've got to use the same thinking all the way through my poll, which to me, if I was going by resume, I probably would go Ohio State, Florida State, Washington, and then you would probably throw Georgia in there of the unbeaten teams that at least played a little tougher than Michigan.
Yeah, it's obviously got to be a mix of eye test and resume. I don't think there's any other way you can do it right now. And again, as we always point out, this one really doesn't matter.
It doesn't.
It does kind of educate you on how they're viewing certain teams right now. It does educate you on that. But ultimately, in the long run, this one doesn't matter. It's the last one that matters. And Ohio State and Michigan are going to play one another, so one of those is going to knock each other out. Georgia is going to eventually have to play Ole Miss in the regular season, and then either Alabama or LSU in all likelihood in the SEC championship game, so that knocks somebody out. So, these teams in November start picking each other off, which is, by the way, one reason I think they start this in November, don't you, is that they know I don't have to answer these questions very long.
Right.
Like if after week 1, they're like, okay, here's our college football playoff poll. I got Georgia number 1, Michigan number 2. They all immediately have to start saying, well, what have they done so far? When I get to November, you may say, what have they done so far? But I also know they're going to start picking each other off.
Yeah. And it's a great point right here, a great time right here to make the point. For all of you that say we shouldn't have preseason rankings, we should start it in week 4, or we should start it in week 6, or maybe you want to start it in week 10, not have any rankings until right now. Well, the Associated Press poll, which has been coming out since the preseason,
And came out before this one.
It came out way before this one.
Right.
Currently has Georgia 1. They're
Okay.
2 in the college football rankings. They have Michigan 2. Michigan is 3. They have Ohio State 3, who's 1 in the college football rankings. They have Florida State 4 in both polls. So the top 4 is still the same.
Same teams, right? Different order, same teams.
Washington is 5 in both. Oregon is 6 in both.
Right.
Right? Texas is 7 in both. Alabama is 8th in both. 9 is Penn State in the AP. Penn State's 11 in the. I mean, it's virtually the same all the way down through this thing.
It's what we always try to tell people when we get that inevitable complaint. Oh, they shouldn't be doing polls till week 8. We're like, okay. We always say this when the first college football playoff poll comes out, which is, by the way, not until week 10.
Week 10.
You compare it to the AP and see if there are massive differences. I'll go ahead and share or save you the time. There aren't.
There are not.
I mean, the top 4 exactly the same, different order, but these same 4 teams, if the AP were picking a playoff field or if the playoff were picking a playoff field. I mean, you just look at them side by side, and it's almost the same poll.
So next year in August, we shouldn't do polls until week whatever. It doesn't matter because by the time you get to week whatever, the poll has adjusted to reflect what the rankings are for that week. I do want to get to 7, 8, and 9, the Texas, Alabama, Oklahoma trio in the college football playoff rankings, right after Brownie tells us about our friends at Bromberg's. It's that time of year. Holiday season is here. No matter what the occasion, Bromberg's has the perfect gift.
And wouldn't you want that silver box from Bromberg's? It just says everything that you thought through, an amazing gift for that loved one in your life. And if you're going to pop that question coming up this holiday season, Bromberg's, the place to go. Brombergs.com. They've been doing this for a century or so. They're pretty good at it. Brombergs.com, or you can visit them in person. There are 2 great Birmingham area locations. In the Summit, just off Highway 280, and also in Mountain Brook, it is Brombergs.
Oklahoma is 9. They beat Texas, who's 7. Texas beat Alabama, who's 8. Explain that sequencing to me after you hear Steve Sarkisian yesterday before the rankings came out making a case for his Longhorns, what they've done so far this season. Here's Sark.
I think that we're a very versatile team. I think the fact that we started our backup quarterback against a 5-2 team and won 35-6, and so we get another opportunity this weekend to play with our backup quarterback. And so, not every team out there has had to endure some of the things that we've had to. And if they had to play with their backup, how would they play? But I think it speaks to the type of team that we have. I'd argue we have the best win in the country right now. The fact that we go into Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and beat a team that was 52-1 in the previous 53 games of us going in there. And I hear so much about how tough the SEC is, but I haven't seen any of those teams go into Alabama and win either. So I feel pretty good about our team.
Yeah, I mean, he's making a case early for Texas's resume. Their best win in the country, throwing out stats, threw in the fact that Tuscaloosa is in the state of Alabama. Just in case
he knows his geography.
Yeah, Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Just in case, I'm not just going to say Tuscaloosa and assume you guys know where it is. It's Tuscaloosa, Alabama. It's where Alabama plays.
Right.
Who's 52-1 in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. He's making a point there. The rankings come out last night, and they reward him as is arguably in that sequencing important. They're ahead of Alabama. Yep. They're ahead of Oklahoma.
So when that weather-delayed Oklahoma-Kansas game went final, a buddy of mine was over watching football Saturday, and he said, he's familiar with the show, obviously, and he said, what do you do in the rankings now? Because he knows, so to me, there's 2 ways you can vote in this thing. You can just have absolutely zero guideline principles and say, I'm just going to vote on what I think is the best team. What are your guidelines? Don't really have them. Yeah. I'm going to watch and say, I think that's a better team than that. Or you can have some guideline principles and say, okay, I'm going to vote on who I think is the best team, but I also am going to consider these things. One of the things I always like to consider was head-to-head. And as I was telling my buddy, if it's Texas, Alabama, and all of the things are equal, that is often gets forgotten in what I say here. All of the things are equal. Head-to-head is going to carry the weight for me. I'm always going to have Texas in front of Alabama if everything else is equal. And he said, well, what do you do now? Texas beat Alabama. Oklahoma beat Texas, and Oklahoma just lost to Kansas. And I'm like, that's where my principles have to get thrown out the window sometimes when I vote in these things, because
it's no longer equal.
It isn't. I would want Texas in front of Alabama, and I got to say, Alabama I would have in front of Oklahoma if Oklahoma's going to lose to Kansas. So, that's just the way it's going to have to be. So that's going to force Texas to be in front of Oklahoma, even though Oklahoma won that game head-to-head.
It always works itself out.
And
it always
indeed.
does.
Yep.
As the season plays out. And as I said, playoffs begin this weekend. Ohio State plays Rutgers. If Ohio State doesn't play better football, that'll be a scary game for them.
And point spread says it will not, but we are in November where these things happen, by the way.
Yeah, they've got to play better football, or that's going to be an interesting game for them. Georgia and Missouri. This is usually when Georgia turns it on. Mm-hmm. So I don't know how interesting that'll be in Athens. Michigan and Purdue. Doesn't look like it'll be much of a contest. Florida State and Pitt. Doesn't look like it'll be much of a contest.
Boy, if it is. Pitt just got destroyed.
Washington is at USC. Could get interesting there for Washington.
I think that one will definitely get interesting.
Oregon, Cal, doesn't seem like it'll be interesting.
Yeah.
All due respect to what Cal did this past week. They will not do that to Oregon.
But again, every team has an off week. And if Oregon has a little bit of an off week and Cal plays in a lot of ways the way they did against USC, that's a tricky game.
7 through 16 could be turbulent this week. 7 through 16.
Well,
Texas, Kansas State.
Yeah, Texas with a backup quarterback. Kansas State red hot right now.
Alabama and LSU falls, both of them inside that window there. Oklahoma and Oklahoma State. Oklahoma's reeling.
Should be, and it should be just such an emotionally charged venue, which could hurt Oklahoma State, by the way. But it could also motivate Oklahoma State because it's potentially the final bedlam of all time, and there's a lot of hard feelings there.
Texas A&M brings a talented roster into play Ole Miss.
Yep.
Penn State's on the road at Maryland, who was horrible last week. But Talia Tungavaloa and Mike Loxley and them are rarely horrible in back-to-back weeks.
Yeah, but Penn State, it's hard to say they weren't pretty close to horrible last week. Had to fight at home to beat Indiana. And late in the fourth quarter, only had like 250 yards in that game against Indiana's defense.
Missouri plays Georgia. Louisville, Virginia Tech's my upset pick this weekend against Louisville. LSU plays Alabama. Notre Dame at Clemson. It's still Clemson, and they are hungry. They need a win. And Oregon State's at Colorado. I don't think you can ever roll out DJ Uiagalelei and be assured of a certain amount of points. And I do think you can roll out Shedeur Sanders in Colorado and be guaranteed a certain amount of points. So something's got to go there. So it could be a turbulent week coming up for the first week in November.
You think Tennessee safe against UConn?
I think Tennessee is safe against UConn.
So that's why you stopped there? Gotcha.
That's why I stopped there. One more thing to tell you about after I remind you that our friends at Hemphill, as the temperatures change. I mean, we're down. The feel-like temperatures are going to be in the 20s tonight. So it got on us pretty quickly here. Our friends at Hemphill Services offering that $69 check on your heat right now. Get that heat checked out before you turn it on today by calling our friends at Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090. Mention you watch us and listen to us here on the next round, and you get that $69 check on that heating system right now. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. There's only one. It's Hemphill Services, the trusted people to call. Our friends at Hemphill, that number again, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. These are not people that are going to come out and take advantage of you. Really trustworthy folks right here. Our friends at Hemphill Services. One more time, 205-229-2090. We'll talk to Barrett Jones about Alabama LSU and a little bit more SEC football in the next segment. But right here last night, Toledo stayed undefeated in the MAC. They beat Buffalo. And then Central Michigan, Jim McElwain, former Alabama assistant, former Photoshop on top of a shark, or maybe it was some other guy who was mistaken to be on top of a shark. Central Michigan beat Northern Illinois 37-31. Tyler, if you will, give me cut number one. Jim McElwain, his opening statement last night after a big win for his program on national TV, his opening statement doesn't involve anything to do with the game he just played. It involved yet another photo that Jim McElwain's involved in. This one doesn't have a shark and doesn't have a nude guy who looks like him laying on a shark. It's him on a sideline on a screen grab of a TV broadcast when Central Michigan was playing Michigan State earlier this year. And it had a guy who looked like Connor Stallions, the mid-level assistant analyst on the Michigan Wolverines coaching staff, the guy who's now referred to simply by so many people as the sign stealer, including the head coach of Central Michigan. Here is Jim McElwain in his opening statement.
Before we go any farther, we've obviously are aware of a picture floating around with the sign stealer guy. Our people are doing everything they can to get to the bottom of it. We're totally unaware of it. I certainly don't condone it in any way, shape, or form. And I do know that his name was on none of the passes that were let out. Now we just keep tracing it back and try to figure it out. But it's in good hands with our people. And again, there's no place in football for that.
There's no place in football for that. And, boy, you see so many coaches
I know,
who keep saying there's no place in football for what is being accused of this Michigan program.
Yeah, so a lot there. Number one, I do crack up at him calling him sign stealer guy. That was pretty funny to me. Number two, obviously, and I do think, and Chris is saying this, and I agree with Charles in the chat room. He sounded completely nervous in that statement. Like, I do not want to screw this statement up. This one may come back to haunt me. And Chris said, weren't he and Stallion on the same Michigan staff in 2018? And there was a minute where McElwain was there. I'm not 100% certain Stallion was there, but I have seen people say that they were at Ann Arbor together. I mean, I think you have to look back and see, does he know this guy?
Yeah, I would say 2019 is when Stallion got there, but I'll have to check.
Anyway. And I actually think it was 2019 when McElwain was there.
Yeah.
So he said 2018. I think it was 2019. Anyway, so do you know the guy? I mean, that would be step number two. And step number three, Dunaway, you know this. And even in the MAC, you don't get between the 20s on a college football sideline without somebody giving you a pass. And as Scott shows the photo here, he's right next to the head coach, right next to him with a pass around his neck. Somebody in an official capacity gives you that pass. Now,
well, it's the gear. I mean, he's got the same gear as the guy beside him has on.
So how many people in Tuscaloosa or Auburn do you think, I mean, give me a number, your estimate, that could get me that pass?
To give me that pass, I know.
Between the 20s. I'm standing in the sideline area between the 20s.
I know two people that could give me that pass.
Two?
Yeah.
So
short of Nick Saban.
Yeah, and there are some people that will say, hey, get Ryan that pass, right?
Yeah.
But it comes from somebody. They don't have it in their physical possession. So there's two at Tuscaloosa or Auburn. How many do you think there are at Central Michigan? Now, not more than you got Tuscaloosa or Auburn.
Yeah.
So this should be pretty easy to track down, right? You don't just walk up and get that pass at the gate. Somebody gives you that pass.
Just at first glance, I would say the guy who's standing right next to him wearing the same pullover probably knows who he is.
He's the first one I asked? The guy no headphones and one pullover?
Yeah.
No coach's headset?
The guy with the headphones on right there next to him with the same Adidas pullover.
That's the head coach, Jim.
No, the head coach is McElwain over here.
Yeah, okay, I got you. I see. Yeah. So you're talking about the guy in the gray.
Yeah. He knows who he is.
Yeah.
Because they're standing next to each other.
Right. Yeah, so I thought that was, that statement by McElwain, I know the school probably said, hey, here's how we're going to answer that one. But basically the answer was, I got no clue who this guy is, how he got on our sideline. We're looking into it. I got no earthly idea. And, boy, when you say a statement like that, you better have it buttoned up.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens of that. Later in the show, Dabo responds to his call-in show rant. We'll talk LSU and Alabama. We'll hear from Lane Kiffin about Jimbo bringing a quote-unquote NFL roster to Oxford. Big one between Missouri and all that. But when we come back, we get to the man, Barrett Jones. It's been too long. We talked to Barrett. The show being brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light Game Night is happening Thursday at the Battery in Homewood. Come join us tomorrow night at the Battery in Homewood. We'll have the QR code you can scan and steal for a few more days. Have a chance to win tickets coming up for the Alabama and Auburn game. The great Barrett Jones next on TNR.
All the SEC with our all-SEC analyst, Roman Harper. Thursdays at 9:25.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
As summer starts to fade, get ready to welcome the arrival of fall. But hey, it's not just football season making an entrance. In the world of pest, it's fall invader season. Hold on tight, because we've got 4 major troublemakers stepping into the spotlight. Box elder bugs, kudzu bugs, ladybugs, and stink bugs. These pests don't just knock, they barge in like they own the place. But fear not, dial up Wayne's Pest Control now, 865-588-6686, and let's show those fall invaders who's boss. Don't let pests crash your party. Take charge today. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today, or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com. The extra hours of sunshine are back on the clock, and that means it's time for golf at Timberline, a short drive from Birmingham or Montgomery. Go to timberlinegc.com to book your tee times, schedule a lesson, or just drop by and use the TrackMan technology on the driving range. The course is always fun, in great shape, and you can even become a member. Get all the details at timberlinegc.com. It's time to get your golf on with our friends at Timberline.
Our friends at Way to Wellness bringing you part of the show today. Listen, as you get older, maybe blood pressure or cholesterol numbers start to skew in a bad way. Some of that can be controlled by your diet, and Way to Wellness can help you with that. Jumpstart your weight loss as we approach the holidays as well with Leslie and her board-certified team. Get more details by going to their website at planforme.com, planforme.com. No contracts, no sign-up fees. And because you watch the Next Round, your first consultation is absolutely free, so nothing out of pocket to learn more about Way to Wellness. Again, that website is a planforme.com, planforme.com. Every plan is different, no cookie-cutter plan. And again, Leslie and her board-certified team can take care of you. It is Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
All right, Barrett Jones is with us now. The Alabama great has been on the show numerous times over the years, but as Jim said, it has been too long since we've talked to Barrett. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Barrett Jones? How are you today?
What's up, guys? How we doing?
Doing great. You doing all right?
I'm doing good, man. I'm surprised, you guys have me on anymore. I don't blame you at all. I'm just a washed up financial advisor now. So nobody comes to me anymore, which is fine.
I mean, I would assume the phrasing you're looking for is a washed up football player who's a financial advisor. You're doing well in financial advising. You're not washed up at that, I assume, right? You still have an office.
That is a good point. Thank you.
Yes.
See, too much CTE, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm washed up. I don't know. I mean, I'm definitely washed up with football. That much I'm positive of. But financial advising, hopefully I got a little left in the tank.
Yeah, I think people would be fascinated at what I'm about to ask you, and I have not seen you this football season. So, but you look like you can continue to get in better and better healthy shape. What was your maximum playing weight, and what do you weigh right now?
Wow, that's very interesting, Jim. I mean, aren't you gonna at least buy me dinner first?
Very personal question. He's right.
I mean, you look fantastic.
So my maximum was about 310, and I'm at about 270, holding there. So I've lost about 40 pounds. But
There's no way you're 270 right now.
He carries it well.
You're not.
Thank you.
Like if
I appreciate it though. I'm in pretty good shape though. I run a lot. Do a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Well,
after it.
This would get even more awkward if I said stand up and give us a look.
Yeah, boy, would it.
Should I spin around? Let me go put on something a little more revealing.
If you'd have said 200, I would not have been surprised. I mean,
Wow.
it's a well framed shot, but from about mid chest up, you look very, very slim. So you look
well.
great.
Thank you. I don't think that it's not like I have a huge belly or anything under that. That the way you said that, it's like now everyone's wondering what the lower frames are.
Yeah. And I'm leaving the room. And
hey, that's right. Well, at this point, I got my third kid on the way. Like, who even cares anymore?
He's given up.
My body is, it's served its purpose, and here we go. So.
Yeah, it served its purpose. I hear you. Speaking of serving your purpose, how much football do you watch these days? Can you break down for me how we could help Alabama's young, talented left tackles? What can we do to help out at left tackle?
Well, I don't watch nearly as much football as I used to, but I do watch the Alabama games, and now I've started to watch them a little bit with my son, and actually my daughter probably is more interested right now. She's only one, but I'd say this is one of the more disappointing years of offensive line play that I've seen, because I did think that it would be a solid unit this year, and obviously there's been a glaring problem there at one of the positions. I've been a little surprised at times how they haven't gotten more help on that side. There haven't been more chips, or I know they've started to do a little more of that, but I think there's just too often where that guy's left on an island, because it's like there's an old saying in football where if someone shows you who they are enough times, eventually you got to believe them. And I just want to be like, hey guys, what do we think's going to happen here? Like it doesn't matter which guy it is, we can't block them here. So there's times where we got to just get some help over there and quit trying to bang our head against the wall. But other than that, I do think that both the guys have potential to ultimately be good players. I mean, it's hard to come in and play. It really is. And, I think in this day and age, we've sort of lost the appreciation for just how difficult that is to, come in. And I know that everyone's thinking like, oh, is he slow? Maybe a little, but I think that there's a lot of guys that have been slow, that have a little slow, that have gone on to be really good players. I think the more reps you have, the more anticipation you get, the more familiar you get with the snap count, the more confident you feel with, your steps and your positioning. I think certainly he has all the tools it takes to be a really good left tackle eventually. So I'm not worried long term, but in the short term, there certainly are some concerns. And even though this LSU defense has had its fair share of problems this year, that's another shocker to me, is just how bad they've been. They still have some absolute monsters. Make no mistake, when they get off the airplane, you're looking around, you're like, these guys are one of the worst defenses in the SEC. How is that possible? Because they have some dudes, especially up front on the defensive line. So, I think it's a tough matchup for Alabama. I was honestly a little surprised to see them as a 3.5-point favorite. I guess it's just because it's at home, but it's going to be a hard fought game, and I personally. I haven't had a ton of confidence. I've become a little more of a pessimist. I guess when you get older, you become crotchety. And I left a wedding the other night, and I got in the car and I was complaining to my wife the whole way home. I was like, I mean, can they just turn the music down a little bit? It's just so loud. I'm like, I mean, it's good. Like, I enjoy the soul music, but like I can enjoy it at 80 decibels instead of 100. And my wife is like, you're just old now. It's just like, and I was like, yeah, I am old. But anyway, how
do you help? How do you help him? I mean, for those of us that are feeble-minded football fans, you've been in situations where you may have needed help, or you've helped people. Does the help come from the guard beside him, or does it come from a tight end, a running back, all of the above? How do you help him?
Yeah, left tackle's an island, and I think that the number one factor for if you're successful at left tackle is not any of the things that people probably think about. It's confidence. People think about quarterback as a confidence position. People think about, maybe cornerback, but they're like offensive line, especially left tackle, is such a confidence position. Like if you do not believe you can block that guy, you're going to really struggle because you're going to make some bad decisions, take some bad steps. Conversely, if you believe you can block that guy, you can get away with a lot. I should have said this. Like, that guy's a much better athlete than I am. So, I mean, he certainly I don't think anyone ever thought that I was, quote, slow because, I knew where I was going, and I was confident that I could get out there and block the guy. So I think that, confidence, I don't know how you give a guy confidence, though, in the middle of the season. That's just hard. Other than chipping and helping a guard, rarely do you basically usually slide your protection, based on the look and based on, how things are set up, not necessarily a player. I can only remember one time where we ever slid towards a player, and that was Aaron Donald, and he was a really good player. So anyway, I think traditionally you're mostly just sliding depending on the way they're set and their strength of the defense, et cetera, the side of the field you're on. But I think obviously they've been searching for those answers too. I mean, they've done some things, some chips, but you got to just make some plays and block the guy. You got to find somebody who can get in his way for a couple seconds because, this is a guy at quarterback, Jalen Milroe, who's proven he can throw it down the field. In fact, he's somehow better at throwing it down the field than we are just completing like an easy crossing route for 10 yards. But it's definitely a problem. I wish I could say there's an easy fix and here's the solution, but hey, the coaches are paid to do this, and they're a lot smarter than I am. So if they haven't come up with a good answer, I'm certainly not going to come up with one here as again a washed-up football player who's now a financial advisor.
Yeah. Barrett Jones is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. One hallmark of your teams at Alabama, and it continued after you were there, is you would often come out in fast starts. It's 14-0 in the first quarter. It's 21-0, 21-3 before you can even blink. And now a team's fighting uphill. This team doesn't do a whole lot of that. And they were able to survive slow starts against Ole Miss and Texas A&M and Tennessee and win those games. This does not appear on the surface, Barrett, to be a game you can survive a slow start in.
No, I totally agree. I mean, this is really the first game since Texas where you're going to feel – I think they're going to feel that pressure to score. And that hasn't typically been a good spot for this offense to be in, is when they're feeling a lot of pressure out there to score, because this is a really good offense. I mean, man, they've got talent all over the field. I don't think that's any secret. I'm interested to see how they respond. I do think they've gotten a lot better as the year has gone on. Jalen Milroe's gotten better. One thing that I really think maybe hasn't been talked about enough, which I shouldn't say that because maybe y'all talk about it all the time, is the ineffectiveness of Jalen Milroe running the ball this year. That's really surprised me. I looked, he's averaging 1.8 yards per carry, and this is a guy who last year we thought of as a really dynamic player in the open field, and I'm not saying he's not anymore, but I really think that could be a huge addition to this offense, especially in a big game like this. And look, this is a game where you're not saving anything. This is it for the SEC West, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a few more design runs, a few more plays where they get out there and let him use his legs and scamper around, because he is a really good athlete. And I think for this offense to really click, that's got to be a weapon that they utilize, and that's something they really haven't utilized so far this season.
Sort of in a non-related Alabama note, I'll leave it up to you to tell me whether.
I love non-related, so bring it.
Yes. Alabama notes.
What would surprise me and our viewers about sign stealing in college football? I'm talking about the Michigan case that's out there.
Yeah, it's really interesting. So, look, sign stealing is it's honestly very similar to baseball. Like, it's not at all looked down upon to try to sign steal during the game. Like, everyone does that. Everyone has someone who's trying to sign steal during the game. It's just almost like which there is some written rules, I know. There's almost but there's definitely a code where it's like, hey, you obviously can't send cameras, you can't scout in advance, do all those things. But, if you pick something up during the game, and look, there's all different varieties. And, of course, when they're going no huddle and you're seeing the quarterback do a signal, is that sign stealing? If he's, I remember Peyton Manning one game, we were playing against him, and he had this, rocket launcher, and, we were like, okay, every time he does the rocket launcher, then that means they're going to throw a quick screen to Demaryius Thomas out in the flat. Is that sign? No, that's just common sense. Now, of course, Peyton Manning, he's very smart. So he did it. They faked that, and then the guy slipped out and, ran for a touchdown. So there's also kind of a counter to, he thinks you're stealing the signs, and then you're not. But I guess the point is there's got to be some sort of regulation. Clearly all this stuff. When I first saw it, I was like, this is a nothing burger. Everyone steals signs. But the more I've heard, obviously, I mean, if this guy was actually on the sidelines, I mean, you got to tip your cap to him. I mean, it's that is wild that he, first of all, would be able to get access, which I guess is not that surprising. I would imagine the Central Michigan security system is probably not, state of the art. But and I know everyone's like, oh no, this is actually a staff for you. I mean, Jim McElwain said this morning that it seemed like he didn't recognize that guy. So it's definitely bizarre the lengths to which this guy would go. I would be shocked if Harbaugh had no knowledge of it personally, because I mean, how could you? Sorry, I know I'm rambling. One thing that I think that everyone needs to understand though is how difficult it is to actually use sign stealing, because things go so fast now. Okay, let's just say you hypothetically steal the sign and you know what's happening. You then have to, within 8 seconds, communicate that to the defense or communicate a call to the defense, or in your head, calculate, okay, they're running this. What defense should I run, to combat this? I mean, it's really hard. People just think, oh, sign stealing. Well, they know it's not like baseball where it's like it's fastball. I mean, you got to then communicate, okay, they're running this play. What defense should we run? That's hard. That's a hard thing to do. And it's not like on most plays, especially a pass play, there's just one guy that can throw it to. I mean, how could they communicate with the route combination? So I don't think it's quite as simple as people think, oh, they're sign stealing. They know the plays. Well, just because someone on the sideline knows the plays, well, man, now you got 8 seconds to communicate it to probably your middle linebacker, and then he's going to somehow tell everybody else and get them in the right defense. It's not quite as easy as they make it out to be. So I think that's another facet is in football. It is very, very difficult, especially with no head radios, to be able to disseminate that information with the speed of the game.
Do you think the end helmet would work well in college football?
Absolutely. I think it's so dumb they don't have it. I don't understand. I guess they're worried about people don't have enough money. I mean, which is kind of comical now. Not for everybody, but for the big leagues, I think absolutely. I mean, it's silly that they don't have that. I think. I mean, I get it. The game has changed a lot, though. And hey, if I've told people about all the NIL stuff and everything, which I'm sure y'all haven't talked about at all on your show. Is we've kind of thrown off the guise of amateurism, which is fine. I mean, let's just all stop pretending. Definitely, the players, they stop pretending, and the schools now, they're like, yeah, you want to join the ACC from the West Coast? Let's go for it. Let's do it. It'll make us more money. That makes no sense, but. Let's do it. And obviously it makes sense because it makes sense money wise. And so if it's all about money now and it's becoming bigger and bigger money, I think that signs, certainly you can eliminate it so easily with just adding a little bit of technology that relatively is not that expensive. So yeah, I think it's a no brainer, for us to do. And, there's all kind of stuff like that they could add as technology grows the game.
All right, he is Barrett Jones, washed-up football player, just an excellent financial advisor.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
By federal law, he cannot give us any financial tips, though, here during this interview. Am I correct about that, Barrett?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a little sticky there. If you want to talk general economic, if you want to talk interest rates, if anyone needs to take a quick nap, we can talk. I will tell you, it's not quite as fun buying a house as it was 2 years ago. That's my summation there. As a man who just bought a house, it was not fun.
Hey, and in great financial planning, guess who sold their house and was going to wait for a few moments to buy a house and is now caught on the outside looking in? This guy right here.
Wow.
Yeah.
I guess that's why they call you landmine.
Yep. That was the ultimate landmine right there.
Yeah. Luckily, we made a lot off the sell. But we're burning through it very quickly.
And rent, yeah.
Nice.
Rent will do that.
Yeah, I have a lot of clients who want to do that, and I'm just like, yeah, I'll give you one general piece of advice for every financial market, including real estate, is it's much, much harder to time the market than people think. In fact, I would just encourage everyone to not try because it's basically impossible. And if it is possible, there's people that do it for a living that are much smarter than you that are doing it and then making it where it's not actually timing the market. Anyway, that's probably deeper than you wanted to go, but it's tough out there.
Yep, it's tough out there. He says, "I agree."
Yep. I wish Connor
Stallions. That's why I have to pick up some of these shows. The market's been tough, so I'm trying to get a $50 gift card to some barbecue place. I mean, just to feed my family.
Yes.
So whatever you guys can pass along.
Yeah. Barrett, right. We'll send you some cards there for something in Memphis. Thank you, Barrett. It's always good talking to you.
All right, guys. Have fun.
All right, buddy. You too. Take care. Barrett Jones with us on the Johnston RVCenter.com hotline.
All right, we'll talk to Buster Olney Baseball World Series at the top of the hour. When we come back, more college football after the playoff rankings were sent down. We will get into what a 12-team playoffs would look like in the next segment coming up. Part of the show being brought to you by two folks. Before Brownie tells us about his bathroom, let me tell you about the best tequila in the world. It is Maestro Dobel Diamante, completely clear, robust, a perfect tequila. I could use a shot of it right now for my hip and leg pain. It's not medicinal.
We got some.
We do. I probably should get to that. But this tequila is so good. It is aged in a wood barrel. Balkan region of Eastern Europe is where these barrels come from. 100% pure agave. In this process, it comes out with a crystal clear, crisp tequila. It is the best in the business. Ask for it by name, Maestro Dobel Diamante, and by our friends at A+.
Yeah, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. That is who redid my bathroom. As Barrett said, if you are looking to wade into the market and sell your home, the way you get your money back on remodeling is to remodel your master bath and your kitchen, and that just so happens to be what Brad Bell does best. My wife and I wanted our bathroom remodeled. Scott is showing to you there. My wife scoured the internet. She found Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. I'm so glad she did. As Scott showed you in the previous photos, our bathroom was not updated, and it was very light colored. We wanted darker colored and updated, of course. We shared that vision with him. He came in, did exactly to our vision. And just to prove to you that Brad Bell is not just stuck on one singular vision of the way he wants it done, Lance was the exact opposite. His was darker. He wanted it lighter and updated. Brad did it that way. He's going to do it the way you want it done, and he's going to do it timely, efficiently, cleanly, and everything up front, and you're going to get an amazing price on it. I mean, his bids were amazing compared to others. Here's the number, 205-422-1758. If you miss anything on this, let me know. I'll hook you up on my man, Brad Bell. 205-422-1758. Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Going to a big football game? Walking around all day? Then you'll want comfortable shoes. This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Score a touchdown with a new pair of ultra-comfortable running or walking shoes. Come to the New Balance Birmingham store. I'm telling you, we'll make sure you have a perfect fit and we'll treat you like the starting QB. Our job is to make sure your feet are happy. Visit the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Your feet will thank you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The Next Round Golf Court is here. Your chance to play 4 area golf courses for just $89. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Limestone Springs, Cross Creek, The Meadows, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $247 for just $89. Or get the Next Round Deluxe Golf Cart for just $119. It gets you all 4 courses with cart, plus an exclusive Next Round Golf t-shirt, koozie, golf tees, and a sticker. There are no restrictions. The cart is good through September 2024. Get your golf cart now at nextround.store. Red Wing Shoes is pleased to announce the ultimate fit and comfort savings event during the month of October. Mention The Next Round and receive a special discount of up to $30 off. Visit your local Red Wing Shoe store in Pelham or Trussville to have your feet electronically measured. A certified fit specialist will then recommend the proper footwear and orthotic to ensure you receive a comfortable pair of boots or shoes. So be prepared as the fall weather begins to change. Enjoy a pair of classic Red Wing Pecos pull-ons, Heritage Iron Rangers, or Vask hiking boots from Red Wing.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Back with you on the Next Round. Show being brought to you today in part by our friends at Hydra Live. Brownie and I oftentimes get a little B12 shot, B12 shot from them. LT is good with an IV bag. People are asking where LT is right now. He's at an appointment. He plans on being here at some point, hopefully today, but something he couldn't get out of this morning. But everything's fine. I mentioned that off the top of the hour, but you guys continue to mention that in the chat room over there. Hydra Live's one of the great folks that LT sees on a frequently basis. And I tell you, they got so many locations now, Brownie. Just a great place to go check out our friends at Hydra Live and get ready for another weekend, whether it's preventive or maybe on the other side of a hard weekend. Hydra Live can hook you up. Great care there with our friends at Hydra Live with new locations all over Birmingham and Tuscaloosa. 12-team playoff. A couple of things to keep in mind about this. It starts next year for real. Right now it's a 6-6 model, Brownie, which means it would be next year just 4 at-large bids for the 4 Power 5 conferences because there's no Pac-12, and then 2 Group of 5 conferences because the rule is the 6 highest-ranked conference champions get automatic bids, and then the top 6 after that, wild card bids. The 4 buys in the first round have to be conference champions.
Okay.
Am I right about all that?
I think so. The 4 buys have to be conference champions is the part I'm not 100% on.
I'm 100% on that.
Okay.
The top 4 have to be conference champions.
How does Notre Dame factor into that? I don't
Notre
think they
Dame
can never
get a bye.
Yeah, okay.
Can never get a bye.
That's what I thought.
So you sent us one email, and we have it for you. This is Ross Dellinger's breakout,
Well,
right?
and this is just using the rules and the current rankings, what a first round, second round, what everything would look like there.
Yep. And initially people will go, well, why is Michigan 5? They were number 3 in the college football playoff rankings. Remember, got to be conference champion to be the 4 buys. So Ohio State is 1, Georgia is 2, Florida State would bump up to 3, Washington would bump up to 4 because presumably Ohio State would be your Big Ten champion.
And Washington your Pac-12.
Right, which now has Michigan as a 5 seed. Oregon is a 6, Texas is a 7, Bama is an 8, Oklahoma is a 9, Ole Miss is a 10, Penn State is an 11, and Tulane is a 12. What he has even gotten incorrect here is conference champion. There's supposed to be another conference champion there from a different league. So Air Force was supposed to be in there as well. They should be number
Why Air Force
Tulane
over
should
Tulane?
be 11, and Tulane should be 12.
Why?
Unless somebody has cycled into a different conference, there's got to be 6 conference champions in there. So even Ross Dellinger got this wrong.
Yuck.
Yeah.
That playoff would be amazing, though, and I love looking at these. I don't know why I am so hooked on looking at these, but Staples does one. Andy Staples does one every week. We've shown it a lot. Ross did it using the actual college football playoff rankings the first time we've had those, and I guess everybody's as fired up as I am about a 12-team playoff. I don't know. I know there are a lot of people that any change in anything, they're going to be resistant against change just because it's change. But I don't know why any big-time college football fan the week before Christmas would not want to be watching Oklahoma come to Tuscaloosa.
Right.
Ole Miss go to Austin, and Penn State go to Eugene.
Yep. Oh, by the way, I see what he's doing now. He's keeping it, conference champions by this year's standard. So the conference champion in the Big 12 is Texas.
Okay.
So that would be the other one.
Gotcha.
I was going by next year with Texas and Oklahoma being SEC schools.
Yeah. So I don't know why anybody wouldn't want to see that. What an amazing 3, and even if Tulane, Michigan's a bad game. And listen, hey, odds are one of those games is going to be a bad game. The NFL is the most balanced product you can find.
That's right.
You're going to have some of those first weekend playoff games that are bad games. It just happens, okay? And it may not be Tulane, Michigan. Heck, Tulane might go in there and play Michigan a lot closer. Maybe they don't have their signs.
Well, Tulane beat USC last year.
Yeah. So I'm just, that is just so incredible for me. And then the winner of those games to move on to some of those second round games we would get.
Yep.
This 12-team playoff is just going to be incredibly ridiculous. I cannot wait for it.
But see, the problem is, if we can go back to it one more time, this is a different one, Andy Staples. Can you go back one more to the Ross Dellinger? Because he's got the bowls listed there. Because that's the way we sit right now. This year, Rose and Sugar would be the semifinal games. So the other 4 New Year's Six bowls would be the site of the quarterfinals. Cotton Bowl is where Alabama, Oklahoma's winner would play Ohio State. Fiesta Bowl is where the Michigan Tulane winner would play Washington. The Peach Bowl, big advantage Georgia there, is where Texas and Ole Miss's winner would play Georgia. And the Orange Bowl is where the Oregon and Penn State team would play Florida State. Now, I think ideally most of our viewers and listeners would love those games to still be on campus as well, right?
I think so. I mean, why would you not want Alabama to beat, if you're a Bama fan, to beat Oklahoma and then go play in the Horseshoe, right?
Yeah. Well,
rather than in the Cotton Bowl.
Well, if you're the Ohio State folks, Alabama would probably rather play it in the Cotton Bowl. If you're Ohio State as the number 1 overall seed, you'd feel like you would deserve that advantage of having Alabama come to our place.
I agree.
Yes.
And if I'm if I'm Washington, would I rather go to the Fiesta Bowl or play in the shaky camera game? And I do think eventually, these bowls have just such outsized power and influence for what they currently are. And there are a lot of old school people in football that romanticize about these bowl games, so they keep this outsized influence. I think in the future, that next round will be on campus, and I think another reason is they won't get the attendance they think they're going to get.
But look at the big brand names those 6 bowls are.
Yeah,
those are the iconic bowls that most people think will survive.
Huge brand names for my dad's generation.
Yeah, well, they're still pretty big names right now when you got the Orange Bowl and the Cotton Bowl sitting there. Some big corporate money behind those folks right there. Show being brought to you today by our friends at Milo's. We showed you about the Milo's chicken fingers on Friday's show. Don't forget you can get the loaded fries as well. All you have to do is get the Milo's app, download that, use the promo code NEXTROUND to try out free items from our friends at Milo's, included the loaded fries you see on your screen right there. Download the Milo's app today and use the promo code NEXTROUND. Both Apple and Android use right there. We talk World Series with Buster Olney when we come back.
The Burnout with the SEC Network's Peter Burns and Ryan Brown weekly at Disrupt the Media on YouTube and wherever you get your podcasts.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness. Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Do you need extra cash handy? Look no further than Legacy Credit Union for whatever loan your lifestyle requires. It only takes a few minutes to apply and request the amount you need to give you peace of mind. With affordable low rates and manageable payback plans, a Legacy Lifestyle loan is crafted just for you. Apply online today at legacycreditunion.com/join. Lifestyle loans from Legacy. Terms and conditions may apply. Legacy is federally insured by the NCUA. The Next Round Golf Cart is here. Your chance to play 4 area golf courses for just $89. Get 18 holes in cart at Limestone Springs, Cross Creek, The Meadows, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. A $247 value for just $89. Get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Back with you on the Next Round. Buster Olney is about to join us right now. Talk baseball. We're back at it tonight. Maybe the last Major League Baseball game of the year on Fox just after 7 o'clock. Brownie.
Buster joins us each week courtesy of MyBookie.ag. Code Next Round when you sign on there at MyBookie.ag. Get that sign-on bonus of 110%. That is free money from MyBookie.ag. Welcome in, Buster. How are you today?
I'm doing okay, and I apologize. You guys might be hearing lobby music. I came down to the lobby here in the hotel in Phoenix for a quiet place, and 30 seconds before I came on with you. You guys hear me okay?
Yeah, it's a little choppy. I think it's gotten better now. So you said a lot of music started playing in the background.
Oh, okay. Yeah. A lot of lobby music here right now.
So the Diamondbacks, Buster, are facing elimination tonight, and they're facing Nathan Eovaldi, which has got to be about as big a nightmare scenario as you could get right now.
Yeah, the Rangers are lined up really well for this game because the blowout last night. Bruce Bochy could essentially stay away from almost all of his primary relievers, so they go into tonight with Nathan Eovaldi fully rested, with Aroldis Chapman having had some rest. They used Jose Leclerc, their closer, for a handful of pitches at the end of last night's game. And they've got John Gray, who threw so well in Game 3. He's going to be an option tonight. And you know that if the Rangers get a lead, that Boch is going to be looking to step on the head of the Diamondbacks and have deal with this with a lot of urgency and wrap this thing up tonight. A few minutes ago, just before we got started with you guys, Joe Torre came walking through the lobby, and I mentioned to him that Bruce Bochy manages very similarly to how Joe Torre managed in the postseason, which is just take care of today, grab today's game, focus on today's game, worry about tomorrow. And it's obviously worked well for him. Tonight, Bruce Bochy could win his 4th championship as a manager in the last 14 years. Think about that.
Whew, wow, that's insane. And for my generation, Reggie Jackson was Mr. October. What Corey Seager is doing is pretty impressive. Sort of put that into context for us, Buster, what Seager has been doing.
I agree with what Marcus Semien said to me after the game last night, that he is just hitting the ball so hard right now. It looks like they're putting a ball on a tee for him with the mistakes they're making. And his numbers are up there with guys like Reggie Jackson and Babe Ruth. And if the Rangers win the World Series, he's going to be the World Series MVP again. It'll be the 2nd time for him. It is inexplicable for me why the Diamondbacks are pitching to him, especially in the aftermath of the injury to Adolis Garcia. Before the game yesterday, we heard a lot from the Diamondbacks of, yeah, we don't need to pitch to Seager. They've talked to their pitchers, don't pitch to Seager, and yet they continue to throw it to him, especially on first pitches. You guys have watched this postseason. Corey Seager has never met a first pitch fastball he doesn't like. He swings at the first pitch constantly. Highest first pitch swing rate among every hitter in baseball in 2023, and yet the Diamondbacks keep throwing him pitches in the zone on the first pitch. It's crazy. He keeps doing damage. I think tonight it might actually be the full Barry Bonds treatment with Torey Lovello taking the Diamondbacks manager, taking it out of the hands of his pitchers and just pitching around him.
One thing you would say usually, if this was a usual situation, is at least Arizona's at home. That has not mattered to this Texas team. Have you ever seen anything like this?
No, absolutely not. And no, I mean, it's never happened before to see a team go 10-0 on the road in the postseason. If they win tonight, they'll finish the postseason with an 11-0 record in road games. So if in future years you hear me talking about, well, this team is at home, just hit me over the head and say, yeah, but the 2023 Rangers proved that doesn't necessarily matter. I do think the Rangers are uniquely suited to deal with situations on the road because they're such serious professionals. Marcus Semien and Corey Seager, their manager, Bruce Bochy, they're just a bunch of ball players. And the way that they go about the work is so interesting. And forgive me if I told you guys this story last week. I think it's worth repeating again when we talk about the personality of the Rangers. Early in the year, there were all these homer celebrations the teams were doing. The Orioles with the homer hose, the Seattle Mariners with the trident. And I reached out to one of the Rangers and I said, so are you guys going to do some sort of homer celebration? And the response I got back was, yeah, we don't do that crap. And I heard more of that this week in talking with players where their feeling was like, why would you do that if you're losing 8-1, having some stupid celebration? They just come out and play. And I think that's part of the reason why they deal with the road crowd so well.
For those that don't know, this would be the Rangers' first World Series, and they used to be the Washington Senators. Am I right about that? And the great Frank Howard just passed away. The symmetry of this World Championship and the full circle, it just seems to fit, doesn't it?
Yeah, and they can maybe a little salve for the wound from 2011. Which was the most heartbreaking World Series loss, I think, in history, where you have the St. Louis Cardinals. The Rangers had the St. Louis Cardinals on the ropes to the degree that I think there were 3 times the Rangers had match point to win the World Series down to the last strike, and David Freese and Lance Berkman and David Freese over and over and over in that incredible Game 6, and then they lose Game 7. Finally, Rangers fans potentially could get a World Series win tonight. You're 100% right. And Frank Howard, passes away at age 87. He's someone who, was, this monster slugger, but he was also known as one of the nicest guys. He would, when I first was covering baseball, you'd see him. He coached for a number of teams. He would walk around the outfield warning track, just back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, getting his exercise in. He's like Brooks Robinson in that you cannot find someone who says a bad word about Frank Howard.
All right, he is ESPN's Buster Olney. The game tonight on Fox could be the end of the road for the baseball season and the Arizona Diamondbacks tonight. But Buster will be there. Thank you very much for the time all season long, Buster. You know how we feel about you. It's always great to have you on.
Always great to talk with you guys. Thanks for having me on.
You bet. Take care, Buster. Enjoy the game tonight. Buster with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, presented each week by MyBookie.ag, code next round. When you sign on to MyBookie.ag to get that 110% sign-on bonus, free money, play with it right away. You can bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round.
Couple of more football games tonight as we go all the way until the Wednesday before Thanksgiving with football every night. Ball State and Bowling Green, Kent State and Akron. A couple of action games with some pretty average or below average teams. But if you're getting ready for the big weekend ahead, Auburn on the road up at in Nashville against Vandy, UAB back in action against Florida Atlantic at home, and, of course, the big one in Tuscaloosa, LSU and Alabama. You'll want to be dressed perfectly with the beautiful 70-degree temperatures this weekend with our friends from the Pants Store. They're your game day headquarters. You can get all the details on what you can buy for the weekend at pantstore.com, pantstore.com. Alabama and Auburn game day polo hats, quarter zips, famous name brands like Gentile, Cutter and Buck, Antigua, Elephant Head, Taylor and Mick, and more. And the game day needs for the ladies as well, the skirts, the rompers, the clear bags, and the booties. It's all right there. Pantstore.com, pantstore.com, Auburn, Crestline, Hoover, Huntsville, Leeds, and Tuscaloosa, pantstore.com. Big weekend coming up in college football, but we got to put something to rest from this past week on two fronts. Give me cut 2 first, Tyler. Deion Sanders in Colorado. If you're not familiar with this story, the Colorado locker room allegedly was broken into at the Rose Bowl during their hard-fought game with UCLA. And a number of the players lost diamonds and gold necklaces and chains. They were reportedly stolen. The Pasadena Police Department is investigating. Deion Sanders at his news conference yesterday has a thought for the granddaddy of them all.
Okay, let me address this. You know, our kids got robbed during the game last week. I think that's a travesty, and I would expect the NCAA to do something about that. These are college kids. I'm pretty sure they don't think about insurance at this point in this juncture in their life. We've talked about NILs and how to really maintain their finances. We've pretty much giving them financial planners and giving them the resources for that. But the insurance part of it, we slipped. And we didn't really educate them on that. So I wish, I know the kids would be forthright in what was stolen, and some of our just staff members as well. And now all that stuff should be replaced. This is the Rose Bowl. They said the granddaddy of them all, right? I'm sure granddaddy has some money.
I mean, he's absolutely right, though. Absolutely right. This is, I would suspect an inside job here if I were them. But because, again.
When you say inside job by someone at the Rose Bowl,
yes,
or somebody with Colorado Athletics?
No. Somebody at the Rose Bowl.
Okay.
I just, and you know, I would look inside if there's somebody I might not have 100% trust in inside my athletic program, too, because they could make it easily look like it was supposed to. There are cameras everywhere, though. Like, I can promise you, even at an old, decrepit stadium like the Rose Bowl, there's a security camera focused on every conceivable entrance to a visiting locker room. Every one of them. There has to be. And we were talking about with Connor Stallions how difficult it is to get in between inside the 20s on a college football sideline. Equally, it is not easy to get in a college football locker room. You know that.
They're usually locked while the team is on the field.
With security.
I
mean, there's almost always security somewhere in the vicinity of the door. I don't know how many entrances there are to the Rose Bowl locker room. I know there's probably one main one from the tunnel, and there are probably a couple of side entrances. But generally, when the team is on the field, those are locked and a key that is secured by the team that is utilizing it. And I'm sure someone, you know, with the stadium's also got a key, obviously. And there's normally security guards. So I would suspect an inside job. That said, I think he's absolutely right. The Rose Bowl should be on the hook for this, or UCLA. I mean, I don't see, unless an investigation finds there's an inside job of Colorado.
So if something, the opposing team, LSU gets stuff stolen at Bryant-Denny this weekend, Alabama should be on the hook for it?
I think so, yeah. You don't think so?
Oh, I don't know.
Your look indicates you don't think so.
I don't know. I don't know what's supposed to be done.
I
don't blame the Colorado kids for not having insurance. I wouldn't have had insurance at that age either. I think my insurance, my buddy Mike Kennedy, my insurance agency is listening now. I think my policies cover things that are stolen now, like my golf clubs sit in my car right now. And if they were stolen and I wanted to replace them, I think my insurance would cover that.
Right. Well, let me ask you this question. If you went to a concert that did not allow cell phones inside,
And I put it
You've
in
been
that
to one of
bag,
those.
right?
You put in that bag, the bag gets locked, and it gets put in there. And you come back out of the concert and they say, I am really, really sorry. During the concert, somebody broke into the cell phone room, stole every cell phone. Who would you think's on the hook for that one? Who would you expect to be on the hook? I'm not saying legally who is, but Jim Dunaway
who would
expect who should replace his cell phone.
I would hope Hootie and his Blowfish would pay for it.
Or the venue.
Or the venue.
That's right, because it's on them. You were, as a condition of entry, you were required to give it up, right?
But, yes.
Okay.
Which is a different level than what I think the Colorado players should be expecting here.
Oh, I don't. You mean?
Well, I'm just saying they are not forced to wear jewelry and take valuables with them on the road, as opposed to me giving up my cell phone.
But I mean,
but that aside, I would hope that someone else would pay for it. But I am old enough now to realize that chances are good I'm going to be on the hook for that.
Yeah, but the reasonable thing to expect will be the venue or the promoter would replace your cell phone. It's on them. I had to give it up as a condition of entry. You didn't protect it the way you should have, obviously, because somebody came in and stole everything. And if I'm a Colorado player or Deion Sanders, I feel the exact same way about the Rose Bowl. My players, by rule, cannot wear their jewelry. They can't carry their cell phones on the field, their wallets, whatever valuables they have.
They can't. I will tell
you.
They
have to stay in the locker room. It is on you to secure that locker room. I'm in your venue.
Yes. But when I go to Planet Fitness and I securely lock my valuables in that lock and it's locked there, you know what I don't take in with me? I don't take my wallet with a bunch of cash in it. I take my ID, I take my keys, and I take my phone, and I put my phone in there, and it's wireless, my earbuds. I specifically do not take things that I would want to be stolen or could live without if it's stolen, even though I'm locking it up there in a place because I don't want it to be stolen.
Yeah, but again,
I'm not going to be with it all the time.
Yeah. When's the last time you've been to Planet Fitness?
Well, I mean, when I go.
But B, I mean, I would say there is a different level of expectation for Planet Fitness than there is from a college football stadium in the Pac-12 putting on a football game. I mean, I'm on the road. I have left Boulder, Colorado. There's certain things I got to carry on the road. What am I supposed to do with those during the game? I mean, you can't very well expect them not to travel with cash or credit card, driver's license, cell phone.
Yeah.
I mean, you could say don't wear your earrings or your necklaces on the road. I think that is pretty low rent. If you do that, I mean, I'm playing at the freaking Rose Bowl. I would like to think I could wear jewelry that I always wear and store it in a locker room at the Rose Bowl and it not get stolen. That is a very low bar.
No. I do expect my gear to be safe. Yes, I would expect that them to secure my belongings.
That's
100%. 100%. I guess my discussion is on who's on the hook for it.
Yeah, I would say who's providing security for it. That's who's on the hook for it.
Well, that's usually an outside agency.
Yeah, but who is it on them to hire the outside agency?
It's UCLA at this point.
So there you go.
Yeah.
I think you're to the end of it now.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying
you hired security.
It's a UCLA home game.
That's right.
It's not the Rose Bowl.
Yep. But
so
they're the venue.
Rose Bowl committee is not putting this event on. The name of the stadium is the Rose Bowl, but it's a UCLA event.
That's right. So it's a UCLA event at the Rose Bowl with XYZ security firm. That's where it starts with those three. Now, the Rose Bowl may be like, we got nothing to do with this, man. Yeah. But UCLA and the security firm absolutely do. Absolutely do. And, I mean, they need to make it right. It's on them. It's 100% on them. They need UCLA, and if they got to sue that security firm or whatever, UCLA, the Rose Bowl, and the security firm should make it right with these players. Deion is 100% right on this one.
Our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama want you to be right when it comes to your health as a man. Listen, whether it's prostate health all the way to kidney stones and everything in between, they will treat all your urological needs. And our friends there at Urology Centers of Alabama, they have 35 urologists on hand at 16 different locations around the state of Alabama. Schedule your appointment today, urologycentersalabama.com, urologycentersalabama.com to get more details about them. The other story to put to bed, and we'll do 4 downs in our next segment, is Dabo Swinney. He had a chance yesterday, cut 3, Tyler, if you will. He had a chance yesterday to address his call-in show rant from the other night. Have you seen his reaction to this yet?
I have not. Scott called me back into the back room yesterday afternoon after I got finished recording one of our shows. And he said, how long is a long press conference? How would you have answered that? Scott said, like a long coach's football press conference would be how long?
Well, for Nick Saban, it's anything past 15 minutes. For Hugh Freeze so far, it's been anything over 25 minutes because he's good on 25 minutes. This one went further than both of that?
Yeah. Scott said, how long is it? And I said, 30 minutes is an exceptionally long coach's press conference. And Scott said, Brownie, this one was how long?
This one went 1 hour and 2 minutes.
No way.
Yes.
From first question to the end?
Yes.
Now, Dabo's a talker.
From the time Dabo started speaking to the end of it.
I don't have that much time in my day to spend talking to the media. Like Monday Morning Live isn't 1 hour and 2 minutes with Tom Luganville.
That is correct, yes.
Yeah,
and that's 2 of you talking. Yeah.
Well, this is not the entire news conference, but this is Dabo Swinney talking about the call-in show the other night, and Tyler from Spartanburg. And here we'll see if Dabo backs off his comments at all.
We're having a bad year. That's my responsibility. Ain't nobody happy about it. That's my responsibility. That's on me, 100%. And I ain't asking nobody to be happy, but let's don't eat our own. And that's what we've done. Even what's happened around here is, even when we've won, everybody's miserable. And that's sad. That's really sad. And so I'm thankful for the struggle. I'm thankful for the opportunity to teach in a way that I haven't had a chance to teach in a long time. So sit back and just enjoy the journey. That's what I'd tell you.
So with that measured perspective, I think there are many people wondering what triggered last night a great deal of emotion from you.
I mean, I had some idiot go Old Testament on me, and he got an Old Testament response.
Turns out Chris and several people, Brownie, pointed out that the guy is, I thought it may have been a South Carolina fan, longtime Clemson fan.
Yeah, that's what he says.
And Chris pointed out that he's also a veteran. And I told you, I appreciate veteran services. It does not give them free reign to act any way they want to. And it does, Dabo.
You can't steal signs on the sideline.
Appreciate your service.
Yeah.
You can't steal signs on the sidelines while visiting opposing teams' stadiums. Stallions apparently is a Marine. Always a Marine, once a Marine, always a Marine. And Tyler from Spartanburg may be a veteran. Doesn't mean you're not going to get clapped back on if you're clapping at an adult. That being said, Dabo probably overreacted on the call-in show. It would have gone a lot better if he had just said, Tyler, thanks for your phone call. We're trying to get better.
To the point, some are suggesting now that this was an inside job by Clemson to try to fire the team up. I don't think I'm going to be willing to go that far. I don't think Dabo's that good of an actor. So I don't think I'm going to go that far. If I'm a Clemson fan, though, the one thing, and again, you'll remember yesterday now, I said I think Dabo was right in a lot of what he said. I really did not have as big a problem with it as a lot of people did.
Me either.
The one thing, if I'm a Clemson fan, I'm getting a little bit tired of hearing is how beneficial this losing season is for me now.
No, it's never beneficial.
We're cleaning out the bandwagon that needed a little cleaning out. We're growing, which we really needed to do, and I've kind of enjoyed, having to rebuild and all of that. But you're 4-4.
Yeah.
Okay, so
with Notre Dame coming to town.
Yeah. So I don't think I am, as a Clemson fan, I'm going to want to sit around much longer and hear how beneficial this losing season is. It's 4-4. You know what else is beneficial? Winning seasons. They're beneficial too. Yeah. So let me have a good winning season.
In the chat room, Brian says Dabo's starting to sound like Jimbo. Jimbo.
A little bit.
Kevin
Not quite
says
as fast.
That press conference has officially removed Dabo from consideration at Alabama. We hate to win.
He's kind of saying that right now. Like, we've won a little too much recently. We need to lose a little bit.
Chris says Dabo did say that maybe he should lose a few games to clear off that bandwagon. He has done that now.
Yep. Yeah, that bandwagon ought to be about as light as it could be.
RTD for Dabo was already removed from consideration.
Yeah.
Do you really think Dabo, like if Nick Saban stepped down at the end of this year, like Lance thinks is going to happen? Do you think Dabo is 100% removed from consideration being the Alabama coach? Because I got friends who say no.
100% is a bold statement. I mean, I think I have said for a very long time I've never thought he would be the next Alabama coach after Nick Saban. And I think the more time has gone, the more that has become the less likely it's become, I think, that he'll be the next Alabama coach. I'd never say 100% because I don't know who gets to make the final decision. So if you got one person making the final decision that's a big Dabo fan, guess who it's going to be? So I don't know the entire answer to that, but I've never thought he would be the next Alabama coach. And I don't think he's helped himself of late, no. I mean, if he were like trying to campaign for that job, I think he's done a poor job of it.
Yeah. And that's what I was trying to say yesterday to Joel Klatt is that you need to, and I think to Clay as well, you need to, if you're Dabo Swinney, I do believe you need to start framing up how you want history to remember you at Clemson. And it should not be in sound bites. Whenever it's done, whether it's this year or 15 years from now for Dabo at Clemson, you want what you've accomplished to be your legacy, not how it ended and things you said along the way. We don't remember Michael Jordan with the Washington, what are they, the Generals?
Yeah,
no,
the Wizards at the
Wizards,
time, yeah. Well, he has statue outside the stadium career, right?
Yes.
All you can do now is ruin that.
Yeah.
And I hope he doesn't.
I don't think he will. But we'll see how it moves forward. Notre Dame and Clemson this weekend there in Death Valley. Hopefully it's Dabo Appreciation Day for the Clemson fans. Maybe they can do a Dabo bobblehead doll and make everybody happy in Clemson. Our friends at Johnson RV will do 4 downs on the other side, johnsonrvcenter.com. Elijah McAllister, Auburn's captain, coming up at 10:45. Browning.
I-65 exit 304 in Coleman. 334 in Decatur is where you find Johnston RV Center. Recently, you found them there at that big Forest River Expo. That's where they get to see the latest travel trailers, fifth wheels, toy haulers, and motorhome floor plans. And they get a lot of new, exciting, and fresh inventory that they will have on the way from there. That means they've got to make room for all of that inventory. So they've got the Call of Fall campaign going on right now that gives you great savings on many different lines. You can get fifth wheels discounted more than $50,000. Travel trailers starting at $179 a month with approved credit. Don't forget the lifetime warranty you get there as well on anything that is new or under 2 years old, used, right there from RV Warranty Forever at Johnston RV Center, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, and always online, johnstonrvcenter.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with walk-ons.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Moore's Marinade getting you ready for the weekend. Grilled some steaks last night using our friends at Moore's Marinade.
Did you? How'd those turn out?
Oh, fantastic. I was out back, so I didn't have to answer the door on Halloween.
Oh, that's smart, Jim. Just act like you're not at home. I don't hear those kids.
No, the
ringing
kid,
doorbell.
Maggie had to do it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, even smarter.
Yeah.
Let somebody else do it.
Let the wife deal with it.
Yeah, I'll go grill, baby. Moore's Marinade can make you that hero in the backyard this football weekend. They've got incredible marinades and sauces. And those marinades, what they do, they turn everything into must-eat. And that wing sauce, you can use it on everything you eat. Dip, drizzle, or slather Moore's Buffalo wing sauce on chicken fingers, burgers, sandwiches, pizza, pasta, tacos, fries, and more. See why the grill masters prefer Moore's marinades and wing sauces. Get recipe ideas, get grilling inspiration, all online. Moore'sMarinades.com. That is Moore'sMarinades.com.
All right, before we get to 4 downs, Tyler, we'll do 4 downs here in a second. But first, let's bring in Brett from New Mexico, who had a comment quickly about the College Football Playoff Committee releasing their rankings last night. Brett, welcome to the show, man. How you doing? Hold on. Got a rock
the old sticky button.
Are you there, Brett?
There we go.
Okay, buddy. Sorry.
Hey, no problem. Yeah, I don't agree with Michigan being 3, but it's all going to get played out in the wash. I stopped to get fuel and came back, and you guys were talking about, you played Dion's clip about the Rose Bowl. I was out there for Ed Sheeran in 2018. We had free reign of the stadium. There's one entrance in and out of both locker rooms, and you have event security. So, yeah, I agree with what Brown was saying. It had to be an inside job. And I think we're going to have a lot of chaos this weekend. I think I said in the chat earlier, I think this is going to be a 3 or more upset this week.
Yeah, give me an example. Give me 1, 2, or 3 that you think lose this weekend.
I think USC can get Washington. Isn't that who they're playing?
They're playing Washington, and I do think it is a tricky game the way Washington has played. The Huskies have not played well the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, but just the thought of Michael Penix Jr. on that USC defense, though, wow.
Well, but, I mean, he was playing the Arizona State and Stanford defenses. Now, he was better against Stanford, obviously, but Arizona State was not good at all.
But, it's going to be a track meet. I mean, it's all been beat to death, but if Dan Lanning doesn't have a brain fart and kicks at least one field goal, Oregon beats Washington.
That is correct.
That one's going to be close. I think Oklahoma State's going to send a message to Oklahoma: get out, go, gone, you're gone.
Gone,
Yep, that's 2 of them. Some of the other ones, I don't necessarily disagree with the Brown Bandit in his pick, but Missouri is going to have to play out of their minds to beat Georgia.
Yeah. That's normally how it happens, though. You've seen it with Alabama over the years. Georgia hasn't suffered this as much, but a quarterback comes in and has his career day against Alabama, and that's the recipe for those types of upsets against great teams.
Yeah, that's I mean, the kid's great. I mean, they I don't know what happened late in the game against LSU. I think they should have beat LSU, but if Drinkowitz, if he, as like y'all said today, one of y'all or LT, if he kicks field goals, he's going to lose. He gets to the 40, he's going to have to go for it. He's going to have to, pull out all the stops. But I wouldn't say that one, but who's Oregon got this week? Cal?
Yeah, Oregon's got Cal.
At Cal?
No, it's in Eugene.
Yeah, that
ain't going to happen.
Yeah, a lot of possible upsets.
Ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, Brett, thank you for your phone call, man. A lot of possible upsets happening there this weekend. It's a great slate. College football rankings out last night. Ohio State, Georgia, Michigan, Florida State, 1, 2, 3, and 4 there. Washington, Oregon, Texas, Alabama on the outside looking in, going into these big games. Let's talk about our friends at Slice. They bring you 4 downs every day. Tell us about our friends at Slice.
4 great locations with some of the most unique pizzas you will ever eat. The brainchild of our late friend Jeff Bajoya and his brothers now carry it on from the Hot Mama to that soul pie, the wing and a prayer. They are phenomenal pies. SliceBirmingham.com. SliceBirmingham.com.
First down.
Magic Johnson's a new athlete billionaire, $1.2 billion. The only other athletes making the $1 billion list right now, according to Forbes. Michael Jordan at $3 billion, Tiger Woods, LeBron James, and Magic Johnson. Magic Johnson's part owners of the LA Dodgers and the Washington Commanders. Next one to win a championship of his teams, the Dodgers or the Commanders?
I mean, the Dodgers are the best positioned one to do it, but they have been for quite a while, or for several years now, since that COVID-shortened season that they won the World Championship. The Commanders feel like they're a long way away, and they trade Chase Young yesterday.
And Montez Sweat.
So when you see a franchise do that, it does feel like a little bit of a rebuild. They're going to have to address quarterback at some point. They feel a long way away to me, and I think the Dodgers are not. So I think I would go LA Dodgers in that one.
I would agree with you. Let's do second down.
Second down.
More total yards this weekend. Jaden Daniels against Alabama or Bo Nix against Cal?
Justin Wilcox is a defensive guy, but that game was far from a defensive game. They played against USC. So I think what Caleb Williams did against Cal, as Brett was just referencing, if that game were in, this is going to sound stupid because Berkeley is far from a difficult place to play, but it's better than playing in Eugene. If that game were in Berkeley, I'd feel a little different about it. But in Eugene, on that home field, this is a bad recipe for Cal. I just don't think they could stay in this game. I think I'll go Bo Nix here.
Yeah, Bo's not running it as much as usual.
No.
And his running backs are really good at running, which he doesn't get credit for the yards there. Jaden Daniels, to beat Alabama, will have to do what he did last year. He'll have to run the football some. He hurt Alabama with his legs, and as Nick Saban described earlier this week, they were not design runs. They were runs that got him out of containment and off the pass rush. I'll go Daniels with more total yards than Bo Nix this weekend. I think Oregon runs to victory. Jaden Daniels throws it and runs it himself in total yards. Let's do third down. Most likely, Big 12 upset this weekend. Kansas State over Texas or Oklahoma State over Oklahoma?
I think I'll go Kansas State over Texas. Oklahoma's defense scares me that they've reverted back to last year's defense. That scares me a little bit. Kansas State is playing really, really well right now. They are running the heck out of the football. And if you just look at the score, and I talked to Luca Bill about this on Ball yesterday. You can get that at Disrupt the Media on YouTube. Links below this if you're watching us on YouTube right now. The score tells you their offense was fine with Malik Murphy back there. Luca Bill was there at the game, and he said that score is lying to you. They had some issues with Malik Murphy, that this is far from a, Ewers is out, Murphy comes in, they don't miss a beat type situation. To the point, Luganville's like, I just don't know that they can beat Kansas State with him as the starter. And he wasn't calling for Arch Manning. He's just saying they're just in a really tough spot right now. So I think I'm going to go most likely upset Kansas State, though if both of them lose, it would not stun me one bit.
Yeah, and I think I've seen Kansas State play better against better opponent than I've seen Oklahoma State play against better opponent.
Well, what worries you if you're an Oklahoma fan is the way Oklahoma State's finally discovered they can run the football so effectively, and your defense is just not playing well right now. And boy, when a team is able to establish the run on you in a hostile environment like that, that's going to be a tough battle.
Yeah.
Fourth down.
Deborah says K-State over Texas as well. Ed says Bo Nix and Oregon had looked amazing against Utah. Scary good.
Nobody does that to Utah.
The final down here is who is the highest ranked team that loses to an unranked team. Highest ranked. Here are some candidates for you.
Yeah.
Ohio State plays unranked Rutgers.
Nope.
Michigan plays unranked Purdue. Florida State plays at unranked Pitt.
No.
Oregon plays host to unranked Cal.
No.
Here's my pick. Ole Miss hosting unranked Texas A&M.
Tricky game for Ole Miss. A lot of people are already pointing towards that Ole Miss-Georgia game. You can't be caught looking ahead to the rest of your schedule.
After that, Penn State is at unranked Maryland. Louisville hosting unranked Virginia Tech.
You like that one, too. Penn State at Maryland, though. Maryland has not played well recently. Penn State and Maryland wouldn't blow me away because Penn State struggled against Indiana. That game, the score did not tell the whole story of that game. So that one would not surprise me, actually, Penn State, Maryland.
Yeah, Texas A&M, Ole Miss sticks out for me.
Yeah.
Maryland, Penn State sticks out. Virginia Tech, Louisville. And something tells me Clemson may have something for Notre Dame, too.
Oh, no. That would not surprise me at all.
Yeah.
I mean, it's weird to think about that being an unranked Clemson team playing Notre Dame, but that wouldn't shock me at all in Death Valley.
Deborah's agreed with me with Ole Miss and Texas A&M. Those are your four downs today, brought to you by the great folks at Slice. Show also being brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. I was by there yesterday to pick up some meat. Brownie, you do it every Friday for date night, steak night.
That is correct. I love going seeing Jim and the gang there at New York Butcher, Cahaba Heights, and just off 119 to the Greystone area. And it's not just the steaks. I get those pimento cheese twice baked potatoes. Woo, my goodness, are those good. My wife loves those. The whole family loves something. Pork chops, steaks, Wagyu prime, all of it right there at New York Butcher Shop. New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well done service.
We remind you that UAB opens the basketball season Monday night against Bradley down at Bartow Arena. Of all the on-campus games on opening night, KenPom rates that the best game out there. Only the two made-for-television games on Tuesday night, that includes Auburn and Baylor, rank as a better game. The third best game in the country opening nights for anybody, and the best game on campus is Bradley UAB at Bartow Arena Monday night. Make sure you get tickets for that to support the Blazers. Auburn playing exhibition basketball game tonight against AUM, 7 o'clock at Neville if you're in the area for that. And a familiar name signed with the Georgia Bulldogs yesterday, 4-star, strong forward, 6'8" guy, last name Wilkins.
Is this the junior highlight film?
It is Dominique Wilkins' son, Jacob Wilkins, signs with the Georgia Bulldogs
How about that?
In basketball, as you would imagine. When we come back, we talk to Auburn's football captain, Elijah McAllister, on the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Thursday night is Bud Light game night, and we're down at the Battery in Homewood for Bud Light game night. Bud Light game night. Come join us 5 to 7 tomorrow night at the Battery in Homewood. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Subscribe and set alerts at Disrupt the Media on YouTube.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
Spring weather is here, and our friends at Hemphill Services are offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. That's 205-229-2090, hemphillservices.com. Football season is here, and Legacy Credit Card is just what you need to manage your spending safely and wisely. Credit cards offer better consumer protection against fraud when compared to a debit card, which is linked directly to your bank account. Legacy offers rates as low as 8.9% APR on credit cards compared to major card providers who advertise rates as high as 29% APR. Look no further than Legacy. Open a credit card online in minutes at legacycreditunion.com/join. APR's annual percentage rate, rates, and offers subject to change. See website for details. Federally insured by NCUA.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The Next Round Golf Cart is here. Your chance to play 4 area golf courses for just $89. Get 18 holes in cart at Limestone Springs, Cross Creek, The Meadows, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. A $247 value for just $89. Get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
Back with you on the Next Round. We're about to talk to Elijah McAllister. If Tyler, if you'll pull up the video there so we can get to the Auburn captain, which is brought to you every week by our friends there at Craneworks, right? He's the big dog.
It is. He is the big guy, and he says check out the big dog for Craneworks and Rental Works. Elijah McAllister joins us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Elijah. How are you today?
Doing well. How you doing?
Man, we're doing awesome. Thanks a lot. Sometimes you just see a light bulb come on for a team, and it would, by my eyes, be seemingly the most complete game you guys have played this past Saturday against Mississippi State. Do I read that right? Was this kind of a light bulb moment for this team?
Yeah, it definitely was. And I was just, pleased with how our team handled the week of practice leading up to it and came out in the first half honestly just swinging on offense and defense and special teams. And I thought we could have played a little better and cleaner in the second half, but I was just pleased with how we showed up in the week of practice and then came out in that first half and the offense is rolling, and it helps build confidence throughout the team when they're rolling.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that. As a defensive guy, there's been times where, points have come at a premium. They've been very rare early in games for you guys, but the offense sets the tone on that first drive and scores a touchdown. Did that sort of give you guys on defense a little like, all right, here we go. We got a little room to work today?
Yeah, and that helps, alleviate some pressure on the defensive end. But, more so than the points on the board, which obviously help the game, it's the energy on the sideline that it gives guys. It lifts those guys up on the offensive side and the guys on special teams, and it feeds throughout the sideline so that when we're on the field as well, we get energy from them. So it helps on the scoreboard, but also like internally on a personal level.
So, obviously this week is Vanderbilt. What are your emotions facing your old team?
Just excited, kind of like comedic in a way, because I've built so many relationships with these guys, and it'll be like playing backyard football. Honestly, it would just be like playing against some of my best friends. So it'll be funny first couple snaps, but I should be nice and settled in. It'll just be weird just going to play in that stadium on the away side in the away locker room because I've played many years there and played a lot of games in that stadium. So.
Is there one or two guys that you know are really good at trash talking? They're going to have something ready for you?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, me and a couple of offensive linemen usually would go back and forth and had our battles in practice. You know how those fall camp practices go, get pretty heated. So I'm sure it'll be a little bit of reminiscent of that coming this Saturday.
Give us names, man. We need a name or two. Who do you expect to hear it from?
Gunnar Hansen, he's their left tackle. Him and I have been battling it out. He's a junior now. He's started there the last 2 years, so I know he's excited to go against me, and I'm excited to challenge him as well.
Does he know any inside information where he's going to break down a nickname or say something about a family member or old girlfriend or something?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of the guys know me pretty well. Obviously, being a captain there and just sharing my experiences growing up through there, so they know me pretty well. But I don't think it'll be anything crazy because I didn't leave there on bad terms. I think it'll just be pretty cordial for the most part, unless somebody steps on each other's toes.
You mean that figuratively and literally, right? Steps on each other's toes.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody like good stuff.
Yeah. Elijah McAllister is with us, the Auburn linebacker and team captain. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He joins us each week, courtesy of Craneworks and Rentalworks. The big guy says, remember to check out the big dog, Craneworks and Rentalworks. As we enter November, you flip the calendar to the final full month of college football. And I hate to say that, but it's the final regular season month. We hate to see it come. How does it feel for a player when you could see the end of the regular season in sight now?
Yeah, you kind of take a step back and realize, man, the season has flew by. And I said it every year. Every player says it every year, like, man, the season flew by. It's like faster than the last. And it's just funny how that works. But honestly, you just develop appreciation for the games in the past and also the games you have upcoming, knowing that, your team in November should be, building up to its peak and playing the best level of football they can play this month. And that's what we're trying to do here at Auburn. So.
And am I right? This is it for you eligibility-wise. The COVID year messes things up, but this is your final year of eligibility, right?
Yeah, so I'm taking it all in day by day. I'm starting to enjoy practices a little more, which is funny to say because I know as a young guy I didn't. I'm starting to enjoy practice anymore, even though it's starting to get a little colder, and just appreciating each stadium I go into in each game because I know it's getting to the last.
Yeah, this team still has a lot of winnable games out there, and I know you think you win them all, but a lot of winnable games out there. Maybe you do win the rest of them out. The goal of winning a championship isn't there, but there are a lot of goals out there. Do you approach this on there used to be an old saying in the SEC, playing for sunshine for your bowl destination? Like the way it was lined up back in the old days, the worst bowl was in Shreveport, Louisiana, and then you got into Florida by winning more games. You got into better bowl destinations. So as you guys start to quote-unquote play for sunshine here, how do you stay motivated for these non-championship goals down the stretch?
Yeah, well, I think in the immediate we knew it was going to be, difficult for us to, completely turn this program around in a 360 from where they came from in Coach Freeze's first year. But we knew we could, at least pull a 180. So our goal still is to become bowl eligible and play in a great bowl game and win that game and leave this season on a high note, setting the foundation from year one to year two and many years to come for the Freeze era. Nonetheless, we're focused on really just winning each week. Obviously, that's no different from week one, but particularly because, again, it's the last 4 games of the year, winning each week for bowl eligibility and then going out and go and take a bowl game win.
Last night they unveiled the college football playoff rankings, and Georgia slid in at number 2. Do you guys realize to date you're still the toughest contest? You guys have taken Georgia deeper into the game than anybody else in the country?
Yeah, and I think it just speaks to, who we can be as a team when we play at our highest level. And I think, we're still searching for that because I don't think we played at our highest level yet, even though the Georgia game was close. It builds confidence in us knowing what we can do out there on that field when we play on all cylinders in all 3 phases.
So I was heavily criticized a couple of weeks ago by Dunaway here about asking you what your Halloween costume was 2 weeks in advance. So much criticism blown my way, I can't even remember what the answer was now. So what were you last night?
I was the Grinch.
The Grinch, that's right. I remember that now. The Grinch. How did it go? Was it well received?
Well received. The kids laughed that I was around. The kids laughed more so than they got scared, which I was happy about. Because sometimes the Grinch can be scary, but I love Jim Carrey and the Grinch, so it makes me laugh. It's comedic to me. So I was happy that it was well received by particularly younger generation, because sometimes like they may be scared of the grants.
Yeah, that's one of those that is it's a really weird movie. It's odd the way it's shot, but I thought Jim Carrey was fantastic in that role, actually.
Yeah, he does a great job. He's one of my favorite, actors because I think he's hilarious. So I watch any movie that he's in, I watch.
All right, I've got a favorite Jim Carrey movie. I want to know, what is your favorite Jim Carrey movie?
I like Ace Ventura and I like The Mask. Both of those are really good.
Yeah. So you like the comedic. See, I liked him in Truman Show. Have you ever seen Truman Show?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay.
Yeah,
that would probably be in my top 5.
Yeah, top 5 only. I thought he was a fantastic actor in Truman Show. I thought it was just such a unique movie that might have been a little bit before its time. Like, reality TV was not near what it is now when that movie came out.
Yeah, not even close. And I feel like you said, now if it was released now, I'll probably do better numbers because people understand and kind of get around reality TV.
I can't pull up your story right now. Where's a picture of you in this costume? Is it anywhere on your social media? Because it's not on your Twitter. It's not in your Instagram posts. Is it in your Instagram stories? I got you drinking coffee out of a coffee cup. You at SEC Media Days. Who's running your social media, dude?
It's probably somewhere. People were taking pictures after practice, and somebody has it. I don't know where it is, but somebody has it.
All right, well, we'll see if we can uncover it.
If it's not on the gram, it didn't happen. I don't know if you know that or not. So.
All right, he is Elijah McAllister, the Auburn team captain. Good luck against Vandy, Elijah. We appreciate the time. We'll see you next week.
Thank you very much. See y'all next week.
All right, buddy. Take care. Elijah McAllister with us each week, courtesy of Craneworks. He is the big guy, and he says, check out the big dog, Craneworks and RentalWorks. They bring you Elijah McAllister every Wednesday at this time. And Tyler Booker, the Alabama offensive lineman, every single Monday at 9:25. Will be interesting to talk to Tyler on the heels of that Bama-LSU game, regardless of how that thing turns out on Monday.
Yeah, and before Brown tells us about our friends at Redmond, one of our other great sponsors is our friend at Hemphill. If you've been paying attention to the forecast weather-wise right here, a big change happening. It's gotten a little cooler. Going to warm back up for the weekend. Be in the 70s for the game in Tuscaloosa. That 2:30, it's a night kick, so it'll be 70s while you're tailgating, and then cooling off for a perfect fall night on Saturday night in Tuscaloosa. But you need to get that heat checked eventually because you're going to turn that thing on. $69 for that next round heat check that you get with our friends at Hemphill Services. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090. Or just remember the name Hemphill when you Google. They bring you Lance's Lock every day. LT's got plays up at lanceslock.com.
A little, the trick-or-treat, I know you were out grilling and not trick-or-treating last night, but we always do a big party in our cul-de-sac with all the families that live right there on our part of the street. And so I was out there last night, and it was not terrible. And then just like out of the blue, every 20 minutes, like a 30-mile-an-hour wind would blow. And it was frigid, but it wasn't like a constant wind. It was the weirdest thing. It's like it only happened just like that. Boom, wind blows. And you're like, oh, my gosh, it's cold out here. I think the temperature was in the 40s. But it was actually okay until the wind blew, man. But, boy, trick-or-treating last night, that wind hit you every now and then. That was not the most comfortable thing.
Well, that's where you need our friends at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling.
It was being used.
I thought you were working your way to that.
No,
there.
I was not. I was just commenting on the wind.
8 times distilled. Our friends at Redmond Vodka. It is the one that is gluten-free, as TJ Miller would tell you when he's in here. Gluten-free vodka right there is Charles Barkley's company. Ask for it by name wherever you get your vodka. It's our friends at Redmond Vodka and Redmond Distilling. When we come back, one more hour to go, including trash not far away right here on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Going to a big football game? Walking around all day? Then you'll want comfortable shoes. This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Score a touchdown with a new pair of ultra-comfortable running or walking shoes. Come to the New Balance Birmingham store. I'm telling you, we'll make sure you have a perfect fit and we'll treat you like the starting QB. Our job is to make sure your feet are happy. Visit the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Your feet will thank you.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
LT joins us for the final hour of the show that's being brought to you in part by our friends at Dr. B.
Yeah, Dr. B, my man is hooking me up. Just got that Sensus Transdermal Infuser a week ago today, or a week ago tomorrow. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary, as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. Since I went to see Dr. B, my hair has more than doubled in thickness. For more information, t3hair.net. Again, I do the non-invasive treatment on the couch 3 times a week, 30 minutes each time. It's as simple as that. For more information, t3hair.net or call 205-319-0316.
You fired a guy on the show yesterday that ended up getting fired last night. That might be the latest night firing I've ever seen.
I think a lot of people, when they traded James Harden from Philadelphia at 2 a.m. Eastern time.
Yeah.
Right?
And that,
LA Clippers.
And that was not to beat some deadline or something. That was just
it was 2 a.m. Eastern time. I think that's a drunk trade. And
you think so?
And I think last night was a drunk firing.
So you think the Sixers owner thought he was trading him in his fantasy league, but he was actually making the trade with the NBA?
I think he was sitting around drinking a Bud Light or sipping on some Redmond vodka.
Uh-huh. Are we talking about Mark Davis here?
No, the Sixers guy with James Harden.
Okay.
And then I think last night, Mark Davis, maybe he threw back a couple of Dobel Diamante tequilas.
Yeah. I could see that.
And said, I'm tired of this
crap.
what?
I don't look. I mean, James Harden was demanding a trade. Guy's never going to win a championship. I've said it for years. And he goes to the perfect franchise that will never win a championship in the Clippers. It's a match made in heaven. Josh McDaniels, unfortunately, is not a good head coach. He's an unlikable guy, and I wouldn't be surprised if you were dead on the really bad haircut. Mark Davis got a little tipsy last night in the middle of the night with his bimbo girlfriend, wife, whatever she is, and got fired, got the axe.
9-16 in Las Vegas with a better roster than 9-16, right?
I would think so. I think Garoppolo is more into porn stars now than winning football games.
He got benched today, so officially. So did Desmond Ritter, by the way.
If I'm Devontae Adams, you're talking about me, I would be begging. He had 1 target on Monday night, begging to get the hell out of there.
7 targets, 1 catch, but he did beg to get traded and didn't get traded. He or Saquon Barkley didn't get traded yesterday.
Yeah, and Saquon, a little different story. I mean, you can stomach, Saquon's been banged up. The fact that he's in that 5th year of that contract, the fact that they were good last year, they've been close this year at times. Saquon would like to get out of there because of the quarterback situation, but if you're Devontae, you've got to get out of there.
To your point, Dunaway, It's not your normal NFL job opening, and it wasn't when Josh McDaniels got it, which is why I thought he might be a little better this go-around. Gruden was not fired because he couldn't win. Gruden was fired because some old emails surfaced. I mean, he was at least building something there.
Yeah, look, I know it's a microwave society and you have to win now, but to not make it in both of your tenures, first in Denver, now in Vegas, to not be able to make it 2 full years, that's not good.
Yeah, he's been fired midway second year both times.
And sadly, he doesn't do anything by the book. You know what I mean? Like, wasn't he the coach that drafted Tim Tebow?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which everyone was saying, should not draft him. And he pushed to draft Tebow in the first round.
Yeah.
I think traded back up to get him, right?
But would you guys not admit, I mean, he just doesn't seem like a likable guy.
He doesn't.
Maybe
I don't know
he
what it
is.
is.
He just seems like a dick.
And he went in with a quarterback receiver relationship in Carr and Adams where, I mean, that's something to work with. There's a lot of franchises, a lot of first-year coaches who would love to have had, I mean, I know Derek Carr doesn't look like he's great with the Saints and everything, but to have the Carr and Devontae Adams relationship, there's a lot of first-year coaches that, man, I wish I had that to start with offensively and I could build from that.
Yeah,
I agree
He
with
went
you.
in with that and said instantly when he went in there, I don't want this. I'm going to push
That's
this
right.
quarter. I'm going to have a bad relationship with this quarterback, and I'm going to push him out, which is also going to upset my receiver. And then I'm not going to target my receiver. It's like he went in there with Bill Belichick's assholeness,
right,
without Bill Belichick's credentials.
Right. That's exactly what it was. And now you got Antonio Pierce going to be coaching a game for his first time, and this is a guy that got cast off with the rest of Arizona State and Herm Edwards.
I like Antonio Pierce, though.
I liked Antonio Pierce, the player. I don't know about the coach. We'll see.
I thought he was doing a good job at Arizona State. Apparently not by the rules, but I thought he was doing a great job.
Yeah, a
at
lot of
Arizona
people said he was basically the head coach, that Herm was like a GM.
Yeah.
It is weird to me, though, because I can't track every successful head coach of all time, but how bad the Belichick coaching tree has done. Like the Saban coaching tree has been really good.
Okay, so roll through it. Charlie
I think it was really
Weiss.
bad for a while, Saban's tree.
When?
And now it's gotten better.
Charlie Weiss, Romeo Cornell,
Eric Mangini, Josh McDaniels, Matt Patricia. Bill O'Brien is the one guy that has found some success.
Yeah.
Bill O'Brien, outside of Penn State, has been given really good jobs.
But the people that teams have come and plucked away from New England thinking they're going to get Belichick-like success.
Well, it's just hard. I mean, you look at everybody wants to get Sean McVay the last couple of years, but Matt LaFleur, I mean, that looks like it's going to end not good with no championships. Kevin O'Connell. Now with Kirk Cousins out and Justin Jefferson, that's going to end bad probably. Brandon Staley, they don't make the postseason. He's gone. So this Sean McVay situation hasn't worked out.
The one that looks like it's working a little bit is the Shanahan tree, right?
Well, Mike McDaniels.
And now, I mean, it's very, very early for D'Amico Ryans, but that'll be one you watch there.
Yeah. Back to the Saban thing. I mean, other than Kirby Smart, Jimbo Fisher for a brief moment, if you count him and not him and the Saban and not
that's
the
always
Mountain
been
tree.
the argument.
Yeah, but other than that, give me the others that have worked.
Steve Sarkisian is working.
We say it's working. If he goes 9-3 this year, is it working?
I mean, 9-3 is a pretty good record in college football. He's
for Texas.
For a long
time. When has Texas been consistently a winner over the last 20 years?
I mean, Tom Herman got to 10 wins. I'm just saying, if I'm Texas in year 3 and I end up going 9-3 this year with everything that was on the table, oh boy,
for a while though, it was Derek Dooley, it was Jeremy Pruitt, it was those guys, Will Muschamp. I mean, those were the guys that were being associated with the Saban tree.
But I think, if you look at it recently, Kirby Smart's pretty dang good.
Is Lane Kiffin considered?
I would consider Lane. He's done pretty well at Ole Miss. I mean, do
you consider him part of the Saban tree?
I really don't.
I mean, he's a guy that coached for Nick Saban. He took that job from Nick Saban.
Yeah, but he
him
was.
And Sark are Pete
he took
Carroll's
the FAU
guys.
job to that job. I mean, Jim McElwain.
See, I don't consider. Yeah, I think Lane and Sark are Pete Carroll.
Yeah, me too.
Yep, 100%. Because both those guys were already so established. They'd been head coaches at major programs.
Well, they were failures under Pete Carroll. They come to Nick Saban, and I'm not saying
they won national championships under Pete Carroll.
They were failures as head coaches, Lance, under Pete Carroll.
Yeah, but they're still, they're not necessarily successes right now.
You don't think Lane Kiffin's been successful at Ole Miss?
At Ole Miss, by Ole Miss standards, yes. Sark has not done anything at Texas.
Well, he's only been there a year and a half.
No, Sark was 2.5 years.
2.5.
Yeah, and he hadn't done anything.
Well, he's been there 2.5 years.
But TCU, since he's been there, TCU's played for a national championship in year 1 under Sonny Dykes. Chris Kleiman won a Big 12 championship in year 3 at Kansas State. Sark's done nothing.
Well, he's not even done with year 3. Could he maybe finish year 3 before you compare him to Chris Kleiman in year 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just saying Chris Kleiman's already done that. He hasn't done anything yet. He still can. My point was if he goes 9-3, it's a disaster.
I would not call that a disaster. I would say it is disappointing. It is far from a disaster.
Texas fans would call it a disaster.
I would.
Texas fans.
Well, y'all are arguing about Texas. We were talking about the coaching tree.
Right.
Though. I go back to.
But I think it's Pete Carroll.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Good or bad?
Okay, Lane. So, I feel like Nick Saban hired those guys to change the way he coaches in Tuscaloosa. I love me some Nick Saban.
All right. So
I want Nick Saban to get all the credit.
Then really, we
get.
only judge him on Kirby then.
Kirby, Will Muschamp, Derek Dooley. Those guys were all with him early on at LSU and back in the day.
Yeah, I think Muschamp's got to be one of his guys.
Okay, so Muschamp, Kirby, Derek Dooley. He doesn't get Sark. He doesn't get Kiffin.
I mean, he can if he wants. He's Nick Saban. I'll let him get whatever.
I mean, I would say
I
after
would
they
avoid
coach,
Sark if I was.
They have found their success after they coached for Saban. They had no success after they coached for Pete Carroll. Yeah. So I'm not saying that is the reason, but I am saying.
I mean, if we go religious terms, they were born into this earth by Pete Carroll. They were saved by Nick Saban.
If you want to go very religious, you could. Yes.
Anyway, with all that said,
the Belichick guys have all been bad.
But it doesn't matter how great the coach is. Like, I'd like to see Vince Lombardi's tree. Like, I don't know. I'd like to see John Wooden's tree. And maybe I'm wrong on some of these. But for the most part, coaches aren't going to make it. It's just.
Yeah, that's right. Most of them don't.
Most of them fail. Yeah.
Josh didn't do it. We'll get to our sneaky good game coming up here in just a second. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa, LT. I may swing by there if this doctor's appointment don't go well today. I may swing by just for a deep tissue massage on my left hip.
Hey, Lil T got one last week. She decided to tap out for a little bit. Middle of the day, went, had the robe on, a mimosa. They are going to treat you. It is the gift of luxury right now. They've got 70 options that you can choose from. The body massages, treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services, voted America's best day spa since 2009. You can order that gift card online right now. Holidays right around the corner. Go to birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift card, simple solution. Buy them 24/7 or stop in, see Casey and Stewart at the Woodhouse Day Spa located the Summit Shopping Centers and tell them the next round sent you.
All right. So before we get to our sneaky game, one non-sports thing I was saving for when LT gets here. You're going to gift me 23andMe, right?
Yes, I will gift that to you.
Okay. And we're going to try.
Because I'll end up getting a steak out of that because you've got no indigenous people in you.
You say that. We'll see. We'll see.
You look as far from an indigenous person as I've ever seen.
We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see. 23andMe. They are selling 80% of their collected DNA information.
No, they're not.
To drug maker GSK for $20 million.
Yeah. I mean, it's another dumb thing I've done. I've done some dumb things over the last couple of years. That was one of the dumb things, was probably doing the 23andMe.
I'm just saying, I mean, it's anonymous, so nobody's, GSK, they're not going to know it's Lance Taylor's DNA that they have bought.
You say that.
That's what you say. That's what they say.
That's what they say. But
until they accidentally send them the list on the same email. Oh,
right.
I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah.
Drug maker GSK is buying 80% of their DNA data for $20 million as they continue to try to make drugs to make us healthier down the road. Does that make anybody uncomfortable? Does it bother anybody?
Well, I've never used 23andMe, so it's hard for me to say. But like, if I knew somebody had my DNA data, and I mean, I don't know, how was that going to affect me?
I just know they made an island of dinosaurs out of a mosquito that had the DNA of the dinosaur in it. So, not that they want to replicate me by any means.
I'm just saying you've done this, and I will end up doing it. 23andMe, at some point you checked a box, I'm sure, that allowed them to sell your DNA.
Oh, I'm sure. It's one of those things, you don't read the fine print.
You don't. You just check.
You click. Yes.
Like in the last commercial break, which is 3 minutes and 30 seconds long, I just signed in for my doctor's appointment, and I did not read any of the forms. I just hit I accept, boom, confirmed.
I was just recently told this story, and they were talking about their son. They were looking for him to make his first A in health class, and his health coach or his health teacher was a football coach. And so they had to do like a 1,000-word essay. And so in the middle of his entire essay, he put, "You're a football coach. There's no way you are going to read over 100 papers of 1,000 words." And so basically placed it there just as an FU. And, of course, I don't know if it was a teacher's aide or the coach, but they found it. He got an F.
Oh, you failed him for that, huh?
him,
Yeah.
yeah.
I thought you were going to say the coach came back and say, hey, that was a funny one.
I would have thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was well played, sir. C for creativity is what I would have given him. All right, it is time for our spotlight today, Tyler. It is a sneaky good game. And today it'll be brought to you by our wonderful friends at Odie's. Hit it, Tyler.
The College Football Spotlight.
This weekend's sneaky good game.
Odie's Tavern. Tyler, it's Wednesday night. What does that mean? I love my man pays attention now. Look at this. There we go. Odie's team trivia. I don't know if Rocky will be there or not, but I'll be out there. Will Haver will be out there. Great Foot and Ronnie Davis will be out there. Come join us. We'll get going about 8 o'clock this fall weather. You can sit outside on that patio. They'll have the heaters rolling. They'll have Game 5 of the World Series going. They'll have some middle of the week college football action going. And if you can't make it there, they've got the newest location in Homewood. It's Birmingham Institution. Go see Will Haver and that great staff. It is Odie's Tavern.
Sneaky good game this weekend, Brownie. Who do you have?
Well, there are so many good games, it is hard to find a sneaky good game, but I tend to agree with you on your upset alert, Jim Dunaway. I think Virginia Tech at Louisville is going to be sneaky good. 2:30 kick on that one. Virginia Tech, a 9.5-point favorite. Normally when you talk about Louisville, you say they're alive because of their schedule. If a team's only alive because their schedule's easy, they're probably going to drop a game they shouldn't drop. Virginia Tech at Louisville, 2:30. Where can I find that on the TV there, Jimmy D? ACC Network is where I find that one. ACC Network, Virginia Tech, Louisville.
Sneaky good game. I got a couple of them. One of these is LT's, I'm sure. Kansas, Iowa State, 6 o'clock ESPN. Now the world has noticed after Kansas has beat Oklahoma that Iowa State also has one loss in the league. And this is for both these teams to stay alive in the Big 12 championship hunt.
Yeah, and I like Iowa State in this game, at least initially. I think everybody's looking at Kansas because of the big upset over Oklahoma. And people really, if you're a marginal college football fan, you probably don't realize the job that Matt Campbell's been able to do.
Solved his quarterback problem, it seems. He's getting better quarterback play here in this winning streak, and all of a sudden they're in the Big 12 hunt.
Do you know who his quarterback is?
Nope, not at all. Cannot tell you his name.
Do you remember the old tight end Anthony Beck?
I do play for Tampa Bay.
He played for the Jets.
Jets? Did he not play for Tampa Bay at some point?
I don't know.
Okay.
Rocco Beck is his kid, and he's playing solid at the quarterback position. So, Iowa State, Kansas, that's coin flip. The number's 2.5 right now. I agree with you. I think it's a really, really good, sneaky game.
He played for your Rams at one point.
One more sneaky good game for you. And I know this one's on LT's radar. Miami and NC State, 7 o'clock ACC Network. NC State got a win last week on the CW. Dave Doran called out Steve Smith a little bit. Here comes Miami. This one's is an interesting game. Good sneaky game. Miami and NC State.
Yeah, and I don't trust either one of those teams. One for me would be Georgia Tech and Virginia. At the beginning of the year in September,
said that one, but
you would have said this is a disgusting game. But you look at Virginia; they finally win 2 weeks ago against North Carolina. They take Miami to overtime this past week, and Haynes King is playing really good for a rejuvenated Georgia Tech team. So, that was the game we always talk about in the fall of 1990 where you had, I think, 1 versus 2. And, boy, those programs have fallen since. But both of these teams are playing pretty well right now.
All right. So that right there is our sneaky good game today, brought to you by our friends at Odie's. I got a couple of sound bites I want you to hear going into this massive Ole Miss game at home this week. Texas A&M coming to town. Cut 9 and then cut 8 for me, Tyler. After I tell you about our friends at Champy's Chicken, they bring you this hour every day. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Open for lunch right now. Swing by and see Sterling and the crew. They'll take care of you. That deep-fried southern chicken cooked to order. I'm a big 2-breast inside guy. Love the white meat there. The Mississippi Delta recipe tamales you see at the top of your screen if you're watching us on any of our platforms. And the hand-cut chicken fingers. Wherever you go this weekend, take some Champy's Chicken along with you to enjoy football. Champy'sChicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Jimbo Fisher getting asked about changing his signals off of what's going on at Michigan right now. I wonder how Jimbo could answer this in 1,000 words or less. Here's Jimbo Fisher.
Do you find that in this area of college football you have to change up your signals more often?
Oh, yeah, all the time. I mean, we do that all the time. That's all. Not any more than you normally do. You used to always do them. Have 4 things for this, 3 things for this, 4 things. I mean, a signal can, they can have 3 different signals for the same thing. You always do it to mix them up and match them. That's the old baseball. You've been to baseball. How'd you do it on third base? If third base guy kept same signals every day, they knew when you was bunting, they knew when you was hitting, running, they knew when you was stealing, they was pitching. Am I right? It's no different.
Do y'all know across the conference who are the teams that are good at picking off signals and have mitigations for that?
Yeah. And like I always say, I mean, if you do them in the middle of a game and you can pick them up, that's more power to you. That's what you used to do on third base coach. I mean, during the day. I mean, some of the other stuff I ain't gonna get into, but that's why if we just make a piece in the year and we can talk, cure a lot of problems.
Yep. Again, I want to say up front, I'm not pointing a finger at Jimbo here, but most coaches have gone on and on about how unethical it is and how it's no place for it in college football. I did not hear Jimbo say that because when every coach says that, I'm like, whew. Well, if they dig deep enough with you, I hope you're clean.
Yeah, I think there's some people I've talked to still don't think it's that big of a deal. I know it's building momentum, and there's like a new revelation every single day when it comes to this.
Dude, if you're doing it during the game, nobody has a problem with it. But if you're sending people advance and recording the other sidelines, it's a huge problem.
Okay. I just wonder how many people have done that, though, outside of Michigan.
And Brown,
and by the way, and if Michigan is aiding you, you're just as guilty.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Michigan is.
If hypothetically, we've talked about this. People are talking about Shane Beamer in South Carolina could have had Tennessee's game plan. If whoever at South Carolina is accepting that, they're just as guilty.
Yeah, 100%. If you're trafficking hot stolen items,
right,
that's right,
then you're part of a trafficking scheme. You found out some information. Have you said this on the air yet?
I have not. Okay. A friend of mine that watches the show and works for an NCAA institution, I'll just leave it at that, sent me actually a photo of the list you have to fill out. And the way I understand this is...
this is a pass list for your sideline?
It is a pass list for your sideline. And on the pass list, it says NCAA rule. This is NCAA rule now, 1-2-4-B. You are limited to 50 people. You've got 50 numbered passes on the sidelines of anybody out of uniform. From Nick Saban to the team doctor, from Hugh Freeze to the head trainer,
and these
you
are
can only
people
have
that
50.
Are allowed inside the 20s.
That are out of uniform, that are allowed on your sideline. And there is a sheet. I've got the sheet right here. And you have to, from credential 1 through 50, you got to put the name and the responsibility of that person on the sideline. Here is his name or her name, and this is their responsibility on the sideline. And then submit it to the NCAA. And there is a line at the bottom where the head football coach supposedly signs off on it, saying these are the ones. So this would exist for Central Michigan's game against Michigan State with however many people they had with these passes, and presumably Jim McElwain's signature on it.
Do you really believe he signed that?
Oh, I don't, but he's responsible to do it, Lance. I mean, if you don't sign a car payment and you quit making the payment.
No, I get it, but I mean, I have people that have signed things for me in the past.
Sure, there's no doubt, but you were responsible for it is my point. Yeah, they're going to come repossess that car from you if you don't make your car payments, even if you say, well, I never signed the thing. So there's a list somewhere that exists, presumably with either Connor Stallion's name on it,
or a fake name.
And Jim McElwain signed that list, presumably. And then last night acted like he doesn't know who Connor Stalions is, though he may have worked with him at Michigan.
He did reference it, though. Can you give me that bite again, cut one? He references the list, I think, that you're talking about, not specifically, but we've checked with all the names on passes, and Connor Stallion's name doesn't show up. Here is Jim McElwain in his opening statement after the win last night.
Before we go any farther, we've obviously are aware of a picture floating around with the sign stealer guy.
I love that.
Our people are doing everything they can to get to the bottom of it. We're totally unaware of it. I certainly don't condone it in any way, shape, or form. And I do know that his name was on none of the passes that were let out. Now we just keep tracing it back and try to figure it out. But it's in good hands with our people. And again, there's no place in football for that.
Yeah, I would say that's what sheet he's referencing. His name is not on any of the sheets that I presumably signed.
Yeah, really, that somebody signed for me. And now Josh Pate is among them. People are digging even deeper in this, and they're like guys wearing sunglasses, and sometimes you see a blue light on the side of the sunglasses. Night game wearing sunglasses. And some people are suggesting it's, I think, the Google glasses. Tyler, are you familiar with these where you can record video while you're wearing them?
Yes, they're discontinued. I'm sure there's a replacement version, but they came out roughly 2013, 2014, and they cost $1,500 a pair.
Oh, that's nothing for Michigan.
They didn't last very long.
Yeah, I can imagine that for the general public, they had very little use. But if you're spying on a sideline and I'm wearing sunglasses at night, yeah, good work.
Did these have lenses in the picture, like regular sunglasses?
They look like regular sunglasses.
Yeah, they look like regular sunglasses.
Google glasses, I don't believe, have the lenses.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, but
there you go.
This guy is a Marine, so he's trained by the greatest armed services in the world.
Was that his buddy that called Dabo?
Scott's showing the photo that Josh Pate's referencing, and Stallions is in the Central Michigan hat in the background, and you can see, if you get close enough, a blue light. Now, it just could be a reflection.
Yeah, that's what I'm betting on.
But now everybody's digging on everything with this.
I don't know, though. Why would you be wearing sunglasses at night?
That is the, unless you're Corey Haim. Feldman, Haim. Hart. That's right.
Yeah. All right. When we come back,
Couldn't get it out.
We'll get to trash in just a second. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you've got a son or daughter who's looking for a great college education, look no further than the University of Montevallo. Great multi-million-dollar theater and music department just built. Wonderful NCAA Division II athletics. 23 fully funded scholarship sports right there. Southern Living raves about the beauty of just the campus itself, the landscaping and everything, and the campus life is second to none, and you'll love the tuition price point. For what you get in an education, it sort of meets your financials needs as a parent as well. I'm an alumnus of the University of Montevallo. My daughter is a senior there. You can find out more and schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
You can't ignore the elephant in the room. Watch it at Roll Tide Pods on YouTube and wherever you get your podcasts.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
If you're from here, you know the best time of golf in Alabama is the fall. That means it's time for golf at Timberline, a short drive from Montgomery or Birmingham. Go to timberlinegc.com, timberlinegc.com to book your tee times, schedule a lesson, or just drop by and use the TrackMan technology on the driving range. The course is always fun, in great shape, and you can even become a member. Get all the details at timberlinegc.com. It's time to get your golf on with our friends at Timberline.
As summer bids adieu, get ready to welcome the arrival of fall. But hey, it's not just football season making an entrance. In the world of pest, it's fall invader season. Hold on tight, because we got 4 major troublemakers stepping into the spotlight: box elder bugs, kudzu bugs, ladybugs, and stink bugs. These pests don't just knock, They barge in like they own the place. But fear not. Dial up Wayne's Pest Control now, 865-588-6686. And show those fall invaders who's boss. Don't let pests crash your fall. Take charge today.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Don't forget basketball season starting next week, Monday night. UAB's got a home game against Bradley, one of the better opening games of the opening week. Ken Palm actually calls it the best on-campus game. Some made-for-TV or made-for-streaming games includes our friends at Barstool hosting their Barstool Invitational again in Chicago. FAU and Loyola Chicago playing in the Barstool event. So, too, is Arizona State and Mississippi State in the Barstool event in Chicago this year. Auburn's got an exhibition game tonight against AUM down at Neville Arena. Season starts next Monday. UAB at home Monday night. Alabama at home Monday night. Auburn starts the season on the road Tuesday up in Sioux Falls, South Dakota against nationally ranked Baylor. Should be a fun game as basketball season starts next week. The show being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him. That's going to help you. Whether you're repairing storm damage, replacing a roof that's aged out of its use, or maybe it's time for you to get that roof inspected. He'll take care of any of that or all of that for you. In fact, he'll give you a free, no-cost roof inspection. It just takes a brief summer storm to loosen a shingle, bend a shingle, or actually blow a shingle off to cause massive roof damage with water entry. Get that roof inspected today, absolutely free. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. So many of our viewers and listeners have used him over the years, and they will tell you he's the best in the business. Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. Heading to trash right now. Baseball tonight, 7 o'clock. Picked up a nice little win at mybookie.ag on a parlay last night. I went Rangers money line and over. That game flew over last night.
It did, yeah. 3-0 last night. Lance's like. We had Central Michigan. We had Toledo. We had the Rangers. Nice win from the Rangers. Corey Seager, I still can't believe the Dodgers ever got rid of this guy.
Man, Buster can't believe people are pitching to him. And when Dunaway told me that before the show, I said, Dunaway, please tell me you're talking about the baseball Rangers, that you didn't have the hockey Rangers in it.
Are you sure?
In a parlay.
I'm sure.
Yes.
I did a parlay with Central Michigan. I had Central Michigan money line as well, but I took the under, not the over, because I'd seen weather for the snow and the ice in the area, and I thought would play under. Just the opposite. That game flew over there. MyBookie.ag if you want to make.
So you're all in, aren't you?
Yes. Yep.
I mean, you're back to Jimmy Montevallo.
I love it. I got two parlays out tonight already.
Wow.
Do you really?
Yeah.
You want to share them?
Sure.
If you want to open a second, but like I'll hold, you can do mybookie.ag and compare numbers.
I've got Diamondbacks and under in a parlay tonight. Diamondbacks and under, 7 o'clock at Fox.
Okay.
You like that?
I've got a side up right now.
At Lance'sLock.com.
Yeah, Game 5.
All right, let's do trash. It's brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Hit it, Tyler.
I'm here with the winner, Derek Lewis. Derek, why'd you take your pants off? My balls was hot. I understand.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, buying a home, major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. Locally owned and operated. Mortgage Right standing by to help you today. Visit their locations on Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply. MortgageRight.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Did you guys talk about Dabo calling out the Marine? Saying you've never led people before in your life? Dabo's such a joker.
Well, he did not. I don't think he knew he was a Marine when he said
but
that.
I think it's just,
yes.
It is apropos for Dabo, though.
We did talk about it.
It's so perfect.
So he's a Marine?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I knew he was a veteran.
Yeah.
And just because you're a veteran, you're allowed to talk to people any way you want?
Oh, I didn't really think he talked to him bad. He asked him a question. Dabo was a little baby about it.
3.5 minutes he talked to him, saying he wasn't as good a Christian as he acted like he was.
He was belittling in the question. There's no doubt about that.
Well, again, I didn't hear that part of it. Yeah. I just know he was a Marine, which, again, is apropos for Dabo. I know you're going to back up mud puddle guys. I get it.
I'm just saying you're quick to judge somebody without getting all the facts there. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, well, maybe we need to play longer clip. We played all the Dabos.
Yeah, well, we did.
Yeah.
We have to, instead of being 8.5 minutes, we made it 5.5.
Yeah. I mean, obviously the other side's important, right?
It was.
Yeah.
I thought me saying that he went on for a long time with the question.
Well, I didn't know what he was saying. I mean, shit, give me everything.
What's out there?
United Airlines debuting new plans to let economy passengers with window seats board first. The airline's new boarding process, called Wilma, Windows Middle Aisle, is rolling out just ahead of the holiday travel months with an aim to speed up boarding efficiencies. United is projecting it's going to shed off 2 minutes of boarding, which will help the planes take off on time. Overall, and I bet it won't help, the airline will be able to add a new flight to the schedule each day. However, some passengers are airing their grievances about the new plans. According to Sherry Brazil, a traveler passenger through Newark Liberty International Airport, she told Fox Business, quote, "It's an inconvenience for people that might be paying more and still have to wait longer to board to seat window passengers first." Now, passengers at the Newark Airport said the access to overhead space is a reason why customers pay higher prices for certain seats, which has a higher guaranteed rate when boarding in the first few groups.
I will never understand why planes board front to back. Does not make any sense whatsoever.
It should be back to front.
Why? Yeah. Why is it
and
not?
then you exit front to back.
That is correct, yes.
But
That's
people
right. I do
still
not
don't
understand.
get that. And I don't understand why right when seatbelt's off, everybody stands up.
That's right. You're not going anywhere.
Right.
Yep.
And why do we rush to get into the line?
That's right.
Yeah.
When your seat is reserved, sir.
And the plane is not leaving.
Right. Now,
that's different with Southwest.
Well, it is different with Southwest. That's a totally different model. But I think the reason people rush to get in line is for what Lance is talking about. They're fearful my overhead space is going to get taken. I don't utilize a ton of the overhead space, so
I
it's
usually
never been a
check
big
one
deal.
bag or at least take one overhead bag, but I've never had a problem. I've never had, I don't have anywhere to put this, ever.
I check everything except for what I slide under the seat in front of me.
Yeah.
And I agree with you guys. It should, we wait in line for everything. Just let's go back to front and we unload front to back.
It just doesn't make any sense. And I know in first class, it seems like a pain. I get in there and now I have to sit while everybody walks by me or they get stuck and they're standing right next to me.
Which I can't stand.
Yeah, I'd rather sit in the terminal than do that.
Yep.
So I've got the most iconic celebrity first names of all time, according to Ranker.com. I agree with almost all these. I don't agree with the order. Number 10, Marilyn. Number 9, Shakira.
And what is this up? The most
iconic celebrity first name.
This would, in theory, be names I could just say the name and you know who I'm talking about. If I say Marilyn or Shakira, you got
I don't think you're going to know anybody else that has these names in the world.
Yeah.
Number 8, Adele.
That's true.
Yeah.
I don't know any other Adeles.
I mean, Maryland was a stretch for me. I thought if I had not seen pictures or knew what we're talking about, it could have been the state.
Yeah, but if I just say Maryland,
Number 7 is Cher.
That's true. Yep. Don't know any other shares.
Number 6, Madonna.
You know another Madonna? Didn't you go to wasn't there a basketball coach named Madonna?
Yeah, it's the junior college over in Tuscaloosa. She played for Alabama.
That's right.
I have never, ever heard of another
That's
Madonna.
the only other Madonna I've ever heard of, but there were 2 Madonnas.
Number 5, Tupac.
That's true. Yeah, I've never heard another Tupac.
I saw on TikTok last night they were. It was Brianna Chicken Fry in her her Barstool show. You knew somebody was not cool when somebody went as Tupac to the party and somebody called him Tupac.
Oh wow!
Tupac.
Oh, it's old Tupac.
Number 4, Beyonce.
Yeah, that's a unique one.
Number 3, Zendaya. It's very unique, but there is no way she's number 3 on this list.
Yeah, the name is unique, but I don't know that she's that big a star.
Right now, musically and act.
Here comes Tyler.
She is of this generation more popular than Cher is to this generation.
Yeah, right now she's one of the biggest people out there.
Yeah, to this generation, but she's not as big as Adele.
Yeah.
Right now she is bigger than Adele is.
Yeah.
Overall.
If Adele could sell out 7 consecutive stadium tours in any city right now.
But she's won awards
Zendaya
acting.
is one of the best actors on the planet right now. Yeah. She's won multiple Emmys for Euphoria back to back. She's in Spider-Man. She's in Dune. She's the main character in Dune.
She's part of producing credits.
Did anybody see Dune?
Well,
the second one got delayed because of the strike. But the first one, yes.
The Euphoria, she's part producer too, right?
Yeah,
she's producing that.
Yeah, it was nominated for Best Show, and she would have won for that too. But she won acting both season 1 and season 2 Best Actor.
Fantastic.
All right, I'm back on Zendaya then. She can stay there.
I mean, I don't know if she's third on this list.
I have no
She's
idea.
not third overall.
I'm just saying
she's on this list. She's
like,
ahead.
names
She's,
like Madonna and Adele and Tupac seem much bigger.
I mean, she's easily
Even
ahead
Beyonce.
of Marilyn and
I-
Cher as we sit
and
But the
here
vast
in
majority of people under
2023.
30 don't know any of these people you've named so
That's
far.
right.
That's true. This is going to be very much along age lines. Yes.
You don't think the people under 30 know who Madonna is or Tupac?
No, Madonna and Tupac, I would
Not
say yes.
Cher, though.
Oh, I would say
Cher
people under 30
and Beyonce?
don't know Madonna. Well, Beyonce is different. Madonna and Tupac, people under 30 don't know who they are.
Yeah, I would tend to agree.
I totally disagree with
I would
that.
say Madonna and Tupac, they listen to their music.
You
They
think?
may not.
No.
Yeah.
chance.
Oh,
Not a
Zero
chance.
chance.
Yeah, they
Maybe
do.
Tupac.
100%.
Not away. People
I
under
was
30
on
listen to
BPM
Madonna.
on
my
Sirius
gosh.
XM the other day.
90s is
riding
still
down the road.
90s and 80s are huge genres for teenagers right now.
And I think you guys underestimate BPM music. Am I saying that right? BPM? BPM music, the techno music. They take the old songs.
Well, they sample them, but you're
And
listening to who
sample
the new
them.
artist is. You don't know.
They
That's
are, but-
Madonna's song.
I know, but I was just on BPM the other day riding down the road.
Also,
and
no
it
kid under
was,
30 subscribes to
it
Sirius
was,
XM.
It was Madonna, and like, they lost 360,000
Okay,
subscribers.
but nobody
last
over
month.
30 watches
Exactly.
Euphoria,
My point.
Lunsford. I think
'Cause they all died.
you and Dunaway are the only people over the age of 30 that watch Euphoria.
Yeah.
That's fact.
It is well
And-
acted
and-
by a lot of kids.
Well, that may be. I'm just pointing it out.
No, but Zendaya, she sings too.
Oh yeah,
Are you
she's
kidding?
a Grammy
No,
Award
I'm
winner.
not
Yes.
kidding.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay. Pop culture discussion over. Move on.
Yeah. Because you're on top of it all the time, Lunsford.
Well, I mean, he knew more about this than you, though.
What? He
knows her resume.
Which is a little strange, but that's okay. Number 2 is Elvis. Is she as big as Elvis?
I mean, but
More kids under the age of 30 knows Zendaya than
Yeah,
know Elvis.
I would 100% agree with that
Oh,
one.
that is horseshit.
That is not.
I mean, Elvis is.
You got to get out of your Lance bubble.
Elvis has
Oh,
been
yeah,
dead.
yeah, I'm in such a bubble, Lunsford.
Yeah, but I mean, Elvis died in the 70s.
Yeah,
Third time
yes.
I've done that.
Elvis has been dead a long time, Lance.
But that is still like the most iconic celebrity probably of all time, just based on the
I'm not
early death and
disagreeing
everything.
with that.
And number 1 is Prince, which I don't think Prince is as big as Elvis.
I would say. I was about to say. I would say Prince is bigger than Elvis, and the list backed me up.
Boy, I tell you what, people under 30 probably have zero clue on Prince.
I disagree with that. I mean,
I know more people my age that listen to Prince and not Madonna. I don't know anybody around my age that's a big Madonna
Yeah,
fan.
I mean,
Madonna
to
felt
me,
like
it's
the
like we
biggest
grew
stretch.
up like knowing who Babe Ruth was, and the guy never even played on TV.
We grew up with a lot fewer options than the kids that grow up today, though. I mean, we had like 3 channels.
Man dressed in a banana costume sought to slip out of police custody after being caught early yesterday urinating on a Key West sidewalk, according to cops.
Is that illegal in Key West?
I wouldn't think it
We're
was.
dressed as a banana, yes.
I mean, you can smoke weed there. You can be naked there. I don't think this would be that big of a deal in
Oh,
Key West.
what an incredible mugshot.
Now, after being flagged down about a, quote, white male in a banana costume relieving himself on the side of a building, Key West Police Department officers spotted Kyler Mortimer, 20 years old, urinating on the sidewalk, according to the arrest report. Mortimer, who attends University of Miami, immediately fled towards Duval Street. While Mortimer was zigzagging to prevent capture, a second cop grabbed him by the peel. Mortimer was twisted, pulled away before they used a leg sweep to knock him to the ground. Even then, Mortimer interlaced his fingers, held them tightly together in a bid to stymie his handcuffing.
Yep.
I don't know what you're trying to achieve. It's not like they're going to tap out and not handcuff you.
I've heard the police audio of this. When he started to run away, the officer called in 427. The banana is about to split.
Oh, wow. After being arrested at 1:20
I know
a.m.
nobody under 30 knows what a banana split
Yeah,
is,
that-
right?
that's-
Is that right, Lunsford?
It's probably true.
No comment.
Or do they know about slipping on a banana?
Yeah, they do that from video games.
Yeah, they grew up playing Mario.
And I never
That's-
really thought the banana peel was slippery.
Yeah, I think it is an overplayed thing. Like, I mean, it's.
Have you tried to slip on one before?
I've not. Have you?
No, but I've put my foot against one on ground. I guess it depends on the surface. It just
Yeah.
doesn't seem like something like in a cartoon that makes you
But you don't
completely
throw turtle
bust
shells
ass.
at people to slow them down either.
That's a good point. Do it, Mario.
I mean, I tell you what, Lunsford and LT is the new Bedlam.
They really are.
DeSoto County Sheriff's Office asking drivers to keep an eye out for booty patrol, a white truck that's been impersonating law enforcement. Second day in a row we've seen something like this. Now, this Chevy Silverado, which is equipped with red and blue lights, has also been impersonating officials in several other Florida counties. Now, according to the police, Silverado has green decals, including multiple decals that say Booty Patrol around the truck. If any drivers have been pulled over by the Booty Patrol or have any information related to these incidents, call the DeSoto County Sheriff's Office Criminal Investigative detectives.
I bet some of them have some really good backstories.
You're on a roll today.
I tell you.
That's a bad
I
story.
tell you what, you came in for 1 hour. And
He fired on all cylinders.
You're
didn't he?
fired up today, man.
Yeah.
No, I'm good, man.
Firing on all cylinders this morning.
Okay, so I have actually heard about people's pets getting a hold of some of their gummies.
Oh, no,
But I've never heard it going
THC in them?
This direction, yeah. After feeding THC-laced gummy to her pet Rottweiler, a Michigan woman was attacked by the dog during an hour-long ordeal that left the victim injured and her home drenched in blood, according to an incident report. Now, the attack happened earlier this month inside of a residence, prompted local animal control officials to warn that THC is considered toxic to dogs. And the surprising thing here, it can cause aggression. Now, recounting the October 5th incident, the victim told officials that she gave the animal a gummy that morning. The dog, quote, came into the bedroom while she was on the toilet, ripped her off the seat.
Jeez.
Woman said she fought the Rottweiler for an hour before being able to lock herself in the bedroom.
For an hour?
Left the dog running in the house. 2-year-old male named Blah weighed 82 pounds and was, quote, lunging and growling, trying to bite, according to notes from a 2023 March visit to the vet. Now, according to the dog attack call, animal control workers found the Rottweiler standing by a picture in the woman's home. Upon entering the house, the dog, which was subdued and not barking or growling, was caged by officers using a catch pole. Now, the woman was airlifted to a medical center 60 miles away where she underwent emergency surgery and was placed in intensive care. Relatives said that the woman almost lost her right arm, and there is, quote, not much left between her shoulder and her elbow.
She gave the gummy intentionally to the dog?
Well, here's what happened. Now, a man that was identified as her father told animal control officers that his daughter was, quote, going through a bad divorce. The dog was really stressed out. So the man added he was the one that bought some gummies for the dog, gave them to the woman.
Well, that is
told
dumb.
her.
That's not smart. Don't give animals human medicine, right?
Yeah, it's just dumb. All right, that is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, buying home, major milestone in life, getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right who do mortgages the right way. 205-815-9200 or mortgageright.com/TNR.
All right, the show also brought to you by our friends at Alabama Power, alabamapower.com/mobile app to download their mobile app today. Apple and Android devices, simply search Alabama Power in the App Store to download that, and you get reliable information there about your account. You can check your energy usage, set alerts, and make payments all right there on the Alabama Power app, alabamapower.com/mobile app.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
It's college football time in Alabama. This is Congressman Robert Adderholt. I grew up an Alabama fan, Roll Tide, but my wife, Caroline, grew up an Auburn fan, War Eagle. But no matter who you pull for, whether it's the Lions of the University of North Alabama or the Gamecocks of Jacksonville State or any other school in between, I want to wish all the players, the coaches, and especially the fans another great college football season here in Alabama. I'm Robert Adderholt, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Adderholt for Congress.
Do you need extra cash handy? Look no further than Legacy Credit Union for whatever loan your lifestyle requires. It only takes a few minutes to apply and request the amount you need to give you peace of mind. With affordable low rates and manageable payback plans, a Legacy Lifestyle loan is crafted just for you. Apply online today at legacycreditunion.com/join. Lifestyle loans from Legacy. Terms and conditions may apply. Legacy is federally insured by the NCUA.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to top shelf spirits and cocktails served over ice balls. Local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails round out an adventurous drink menu second to none. And don't forget about our 29-degree man-sized drafts. Are you a fan of Twin Peaks too? Sign up for our e-club to stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Come join the fun.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
Back with you on The Next Round. Don't forget, Bud Light game nights tomorrow night out at the Battery in Homewood. Battery in Homewood, 5 to 7. 6 to 7 is a live show. We'll have the QR code. I think this is the next to last chance to scan the QR code for a chance to win Alabama-Auburn tickets. So the Battery, get out there tomorrow night there in Homewood. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Harbin's, where they're wrapping up a project for you.
Yeah, the fence is almost done. My guys told me it will be done today, and I think everything's going to be completed on Friday. Really, really excited about that. Look, if you've got a backyard project you're putting together, maybe you want to install one of those custom fiberglass pools, our man Jeremy Harbin, he can do it all, from the install to the lighting, final hardscapes around the pool, everything in between. It's beautiful work. Find him on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. See it for yourself. Call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Call them today and tell them The Next Round sent you.
All right. Forrester has pulled what the BCS rankings would look like using the computers and the polls. This is different than the college football playoff rankings by one. Ohio State is number 1 in both the committee and the BCS rankings. Michigan is 2 in the BCS, 3 in the playoffs rankings. Georgia is 3 in the BCS, 2 in the playoffs. Florida State is 4 in both. Washington is 5 in both. Texas does better in the BCS than Oregon does at 6. Alabama does better in the BCS than Oregon does, who is 8th in the BCS. Pretty interesting there, I think.
Yeah, I think your problem this year, if you had the old standard BCS, can you imagine? Now, Ohio State, Michigan will take care of itself, but if you had an undefeated, let's just say Michigan, undefeated Georgia, undefeated Florida State, undefeated Washington, that's a massive problem.
Yeah, it really is. And I don't even know who gets the edge in that one.
Well, that would tell you it'd be the Big Ten champion and the SEC champion.
Well, I don't know.
I saw yesterday the original roundtable where Pat McAfee was filling in for me, talking to Ian Fitzsimmons, and Ian said that he had been on the mock committee multiple times, and they're like, you have got to make sure that anything in the past is not in your mind. And I couldn't do that. And back to this, like if Georgia has won by then 30 consecutive games and they were undefeated and got left out for Florida State or Washington, that would be criminal.
Now, I mean, I believe that's the way it should be done, that you do not consider anything in the past seasons. I just don't think it is humanly possible. Like, I mean, I know they can tell you that, make sure you don't consider anything in the past, which is the way I think it should be done. But I just don't think humanly you can do that because of what you're saying right there, Lance. But I'm geared to think, even though it's a completely different team, not completely, large parts of the team are different, that if you've done it 3 straight years, or 2 straight years, why do I not trust you for a third?
Yeah. Georgia, to do what you guys would be talking about, though, would have been beating a lot of teams in that ranking down the stretch.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, BCS, a lot of that is against ranked teams, and so you've still got opportunities against Missouri. You've got an opportunity against Tennessee. Who else am I missing? Is that it? And Georgia Tech.
Ole Miss, Missouri, Tennessee, and then either Alabama or LSU.
Yeah, they might end up being number 1 in the BCS before it's all said and done.
Do you think moving forward we'll always have a selection committee for the playoff?
I do.
Yeah, probably. Especially with the 12. I think it's easier that way. I found it interesting. They said the hardest schedule remaining was Michigan. I know you got Penn State and Ohio State, but I think you can make an argument for Georgia, right?
Make an argument for Georgia?
I'd make a better argument for Georgia. than I could just about anybody else.
That's the hardest of the top 4 remaining. Is that what you said?
No,
Lance?
the hardest. I think maybe it was the top 6.
Yeah,
I saw it this morning.
Because I would make an argument actually for Washington to be at least in the discussion. Now, most of their teams are ranked 15 to 20, but you got at USC versus Utah, at Oregon State versus Washington State.
They're catching them at the right time, though, because USC is playing their worst football right now. Utah
Washington is too, by the way, though.
That's true. Completely depleted. Washington State has gone the wrong way, and so has Oregon State. So at least they're getting those. If they get those teams September, October, I don't think Washington can survive those
I would
games.
agree with you. And then they would have to play Oregon again in all likelihood.
Yeah, Blake making the common misperception, conception, whatever you want to say about the BCS. That's why we should use the BCS for playoff rankings. Won't take previous seasons into account. But 2/3 of the BCS was the human polls.
Yeah.
So you still are factoring in the Associated Press and the coaches poll.
In fact, the thing people hated about it was the computer aspect of it. I think they could live with the human polls. They hated the fact that the computers just had no – I don't know what I'm looking for. The word I'm looking for, accountability, I guess.
And no nuance for what is happening.
Yeah.
You're always going to have human bias. I mean, it's just that's the way we're wired.
No
Example,
doubt.
when Nick Saban took the Alabama job, how long did you guys think he was going to be there?
I said 5 to 8 years.
Yeah, I thought 5 max, just based on his record. But, he gets here. It's a different situation for him. He's 17 years later. Nobody would have thought that.
Champy's Chicken bringing you these final thoughts this final hour of the show. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and the crew open for lunch and dinner today. All the wonderful southern fried chicken, brined overnight, cooked to order for you, hand-cut chicken fingers, and so much more. Check it out online, champyschicken.com. So we had an NFL coach fired. We've yet to have a college coach fired for on-the-field situations thus far.
Well, Mel Tucker was.
Then we'll go down that way, but yeah.
So who's on the clock right now? Like Jimbo Fisher and Texas A&M. Say Ole Miss gets them this weekend.
I mean, I think if South Carolina had gotten them at home last weekend, it was going to get very, very dicey for him. I don't know that a loss in Oxford. A lot of this depends on how it goes down, right? But I don't know that a loss in Oxford.
Run off the field. I mean, this should be a great game. They're only a 3-point underdog. It's going to look like a bad loss on the surface just based on the fact that A&M is going to drop to 5-4 if they lose this game. I don't know. I mean, sooner or later, he's going to be gone. Could it be in season? Maybe.
I wonder about Dino Babers. I know they're 4-4 overall, but 0-4 in the ACC.
That's right.
They seem a little stuck in mud.
It was shaping out to be a bounce-back year for him.
Yeah.
Like the last time he was going to get fired, I think they won 10 games.
Yeah.
It looked like he was about to do that again. And then all of a sudden, it hasn't happened.
I assume Central Florida fans are okay with Gus. I assume.
I don't know.
Just signed a new contract, remember, back in the summer.
I mean, but if you're a Central Florida fan, wouldn't you rather have an up-and-coming coach?
Yeah, I mean.
You kind of know what you're getting from Gus Malzahn.
Well, I mean, what a disastrous entrance into this Big 12 for them. And they've done it every way. They've had games they should have won that they blew the lead. They've gotten beaten pretty badly. I mean, they've done it every way now. And they've lost close, tight games at Oklahoma where you're like, man, they could have won that game.
But Dana Holgerson's entry has been worse.
I think he's out. I mean, they're 3-5, 1-4 in conference. And their fans thought they were going in to be the next Texas.
And their best chance was, almost beating Texas a few days ago, right?
Yeah, and it's just been a weird year because they went on a Hail Mary. They almost beat Texas. So they've been back and forth. If I kind of like Dana Holgerson, but I kind of would want some new blood if I was Houston.
And I'll give you another one. I don't know that Arkansas wins another conference game this year. Or wins a conference game this year, I guess is the way I need to word that.
Still don't think they'll fire him this year.
That puts them back at 0-8 in the league.
0-8 in the league.
Which is bad.
And if they beat FIU at home, 3-9 overall.
I think he would go in with the hottest of hot seats next year if Jimbo is not already fired.
Yeah, if Jimbo's still around, his seat might be hotter, but Sam Pittman's is going to be marginally less.
Do you guys believe that Neil Brown has survived?
Let me see what they've got left.
So they're 5-3 right now.
Yeah.
They're coming off a win against Central Florida.
Home primetime BYU this weekend. One of the newcomers they're supposed to beat.
I think their season looks completely different if they don't lose on that walk-off to Houston because they're sitting at 6-2.
No doubt, but he closes with Cincinnati and at Baylor, which are very winnable games, and they're at Oklahoma. If he can find a way to beat BYU, I think most fans look at a loss at Oklahoma and say, okay.
I think they went 2-4, so I think they
beat BYU. They're bowl eligible this week, right?
Yep, and you're 8-4, and then you would finish, 5-3 in conference?
I think 8-4 is good enough.
I think I get you in.
I think 7-5 he might be okay, depending if they've got somebody that they've been eyeballing and they just want to make a change. But I think 8-4 would definitely.
Are you
keep
off? You were on Tony Elliott for a little bit. Are you off Tony Elliott now at 2-6?
I mean, what he's been able to do in the back-to-back weeks. I mean, it's been kind of shocking.
Yeah, they got Georgia Tech this week. 2 resurgent teams playing one another. You made it your sneaky good game.
Avalos, Boise State. That program got used to winning a lot.
Boy, they are just so off the radar right now.
On the road at Fresno State this week, likely loss.
Yeah. Still got Air Force coming up, loss. So how bad could it get for
Well, they're
Avalos?
4-4, Lance, 3-1 in conference. Here's the rest of their schedule. At Fresno,
loss.
Versus New Mexico.
Win.
At Utah State.
Win.
And Air Force.
Loss.
So that makes you, I gave you 2 right there.
6-6?
Yeah.
Oof.
That makes you 6-6, and in conference you would have a winning record, but
I mean, that's almost where they are in their space, almost like Clemson 6-6.
yeah, I kind of feel the same way.
Guys that won't get fired, that it'll be interesting to see what happens in the offseason. Mac Brown at North Carolina.
Boy, it has been very disappointing.
Yeah, but he can name his
He can.
departure date, which I think will be after this year, after Drake May takes up, because then you got an unknown.
That's right. And you had a Heisman caliber quarterback. You fought like heck to get your receiver, who's an All-American level receiver, back, and that's when you started to fall apart.
Well, all you had to do in these 2 games, I mean, heartbreaking loss to Virginia, heartbreaking loss to Georgia Tech, by a combined 8 points. You win those 2 games, you're undefeated. You're close to the top 5 right now.
And you're so much better than those 2 teams.
I think they would have been number 6 in last night's rankings over Oregon, just because they were undefeated.
Yeah, because they were undefeated. All right, that's the show today. Tomorrow is Bud Light game night, so we'll be excited about being at the Battery. Before that, we're back with you at 9 a.m. Central Time. We got a overtime coming up now. I'm going to guess, is it the new round table?
No. It's still
Elephant in the Room.
Elephant in the Room.
How about that? We get a little Elephant in the Room coming up with McAllister and Jake Coker. Love that show, and it starts at the top of the hour. You don't even have to change anything or click on another link. It's about to pop up. We're back with you live tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway.
What do you say, everybody? Welcome to Elephant in the Room. This is a Roll Tide Pods production. Disrupt the Media. I'm Mick Gillespie. That's Jake Coker. We're talking Alabama football like we do twice a week with you guys. Like and subscribe, man. Make sure that you're part of what we're doing here, and you're talking sports with us, and also comment. We want to hear what you have to say. Do you want to come in and have a beer with us as we're talking sports? Tell us that. What beer would you put on there? What do you think about Alabama football? We want to hear all that stuff as well. Let's be engaged here as we talk about things going on. This show's brought to you by MyBookie, mybookie.ag. As you're making your picks, we're going to talk about our picks today on the show. Remember, mybookie.ag, 110% price match when you sign on. Lot of very interesting lines. I know you want to get into that.
Oh, yeah.
And we're going to talk about that. And if you need any help making your picks, Lance's lock. And Lance is going to be in Tuscaloosa for the game on Saturday. But lanceslock.com. I think LT does a fantastic job kind of getting all of the, getting you ready for all of these games. All right. What's up, dude? How you doing? It's not much to talk about, right?
Yeah, a few pretty good lines I want to talk to you about. Ones that I'll get your take real quick, and I'll just know which way to bet here in a minute. But
to go the other way. What if I freak you out and take what you're gonna do?
I'll just have to fade myself.
Fade. Well, look, it's Alabama and LSU week. We heard from Nick Saban. He's talked about Jaden Daniels, and honestly, you can't take anything away from Daniels and what he's been able to do offensively. He talked about how Daniels beat up Alabama last year, torched Alabama, or whatever he said in the press conference. Daniels is legit, man. I mean, runs and throws the football. He's the toughest challenge that Alabama's going to have this year.
Yeah,
at least so far.
I mean, yeah, it's great to have a quarterback of that caliber, but and you've got a defense as bad as they have. It's kind of hard to score enough points whenever your defense is giving up probably over 24 points a game. I mean, look, it's going to be a hell of a game. I thought the line should have been at least 7.
What's that tell you?
Well, when I was talking to a few guys earlier, and I was like, man, if it's around 3 or 4, LSU may win this game outright.
Really?
But I feel like with 6, I think Alabama's the right side. The public's backing LSU right now.
Well, it's like 4.5, and then it dropped down to like 3.
Oh yeah, people are hammering LSU. You got to take the pick now. Take it while it's low because it's going to come back up.
Yeah. I don't get it either. I know football has kind of changed a lot, and it's changed a lot even in the Saban era. Like we're defense, and I remember Mike. I talk about Mike Johnson all the time. 2-time All-American offensive lineman, but I did a lot of broadcasts with him, and he's a great friend, and he's someone that I really love talking football with because he knows it at an advanced level, right?
Oh yeah.
And he said that he was on a show. And they asked him, who would win, 09 or, I don't know, whatever team, like your team, or maybe 2020, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, well, what rules are we playing by? Yeah. And I totally get that. They have nerfed the rules to make it easier on the offense.
Well, the funny thing about when I was playing it, it was the first, we had RPOs when I was at Florida State with Jimbo, but it wasn't like you didn't have designed concepts. I mean, you didn't have full concepts down the field. I mean, you were throwing bubbles on the backside of plays. Right. When I got to Alabama under Lane, I mean, you would have, full on run blocking techniques, and then you'd have full on pass concepts on both sides of the field. So all you did was basically how many guys are in the box. If this amount of guys are in the box, you're throwing it here, based on what you see. If at Florida State it was all right, if the bubble's open, you can take it if it's a really advantageous look. And I remember, we had plays sometimes, we have screens where we'd have a receiver 2 yards past the line of scrimmage, and guys were blocking downfield like it was a screen play. He was like, they won't call it. We'll be
really
good.
Yeah.
Or hey, we'll take a chance here.
Yeah, right. I get it. It's like a block move in baseball.
Yeah.
You just kind of know.
We'll take a penalty because if they allow it to happen, we're going to gain a lot of yards.
Yeah,
here.
right.
We did that against Arkansas. We basically ran a screen where Kenyon Drake ran. I think he had to have been past the line of scrimmage, and I just dunked it to him. It was that play that Bielema gave him the old forearm shiver.
Yeah.
On the sideline.
Yeah, right.
So no, as far as the illegal man downfield goes, they have gotten so lenient on that.
Yeah.
We had an RPO called against Wisconsin, and I was supposed to hand it off, but OJ was running a little, I guess you'd call it a seam route, but he was looking for the ball after 5 yards, and I was about to hand it to Derek. I was like, oh shit, there's I just threw it, and Ryan Kelly's about 5 yards down the field. And he was like, the ref came up to me like, what the hell are you doing?
Right.
Don't do that again.
Yeah. I'm not going to call that, but come on, dude.
Yeah, that's right.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, I don't know all that stuff. Like, when I'm watching, I just wait for the penalty flag. Alabama only had one penalty for 5 yards against Tennessee. What's that mean?
No penalty for 5 yards, I think we had one or two snap issues. We had one infraction, I think. Played at home, not as much noise, not playing at LSU. I did a radio spot with Aaron Murray the other day, and we were talking about playing at LSU and playing at Auburn. And I was like, man, they brought up a question. They're like, it's at Alabama, this and that. And I was like, yeah, thank God, because playing at LSU and playing at Auburn, it's just, the biggest nightmare. And I'm sitting there, as soon as I say that, I'm thinking, oh God, he was the quarterback for the Prayer and Jordan-Air. Just waiting on him to be like, yeah, I know. He didn't bring it up. But,
Auburn Jesus.
No, yeah.
Auburn Jesus again. Yeah, LSU getting a lot of respect, even though they've lost 2 football games. I don't understand what Vegas is saying about Alabama's defense and offense. I mean, I feel like after Jackson Dart, the way they shut down Jackson Dart, I mean, wouldn't you think that Alabama's defense is going to make some plays in this game?
Yeah, I'd feel better if the line was around 10, just because, I feel like that's an obvious. I mean, picking LSU's that's a sucker side, all the way. I think this game is one of those where, Coach Saban's got 2 weeks to prepare. I think he brings a lot of looks that Jaden hadn't seen before, or if he has, he hadn't seen much of it from us on film. I think this is going to be this is finally going to be kind of the statement game for Alabama. I know Tennessee was in the second half.
Right.
But we got 2 weeks. Everybody's doubting us. I mean, a 6-point favorite. Those guys in the locker room got to be like, I mean, really? We're hitting a hot streak here. LSU's lost to FSU and they barely beat Missouri, which I know Missouri's decent, but
barely
they're not.
Beat Arkansas.
Yeah,
and lost Ole Miss.
Yeah, so I mean, you'd think those guys would take that as a disrespectful, notion.
You hope so.
And
yeah,
but
it's this matchup though. Part of this is this matchup. I mean, this is
that's right.
One of the best matchups every year in the SEC, and I think after next year, this is the one. If I'm Alabama, I'm going. No, not that I don't want it, but it's like if I got to play Tennessee and Auburn every year, the other one, it's got to be Mississippi State. I mean, why am I going to play?
Can't be all 3? Yeah,
yeah, right. Why am I going to play all 3? Where these are all 3 mega.
They're bringing recruits every year. Even if they're not good, they got the recruits, the talent to beat anybody.
Yeah. No doubt, man. And these guys have beat us.
I've said on this podcast a million times, I don't care where the team's ranked. If they've got good players, I mean, just because you've lost 3 games doesn't make you a terrible team. I mean, you can show up and beat anybody any week in the SEC. Arkansas, great example. I mean, almost beat LSU, almost beat Alabama. They've got a lot of talent. They're just not a very good team. You know?
When you have a team like this LSU team with all the offense, and then you're taking on Alabama with the great defense, who do you give the edge to? Is it the offense or is it the defense? It used to be defense wins championships, but now, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like
this is where, to me,
I would take the defense. To me, just because you get a couple more stops, you're going to win the game, right?
Yeah, this is to me where the comparison comes down to D-line and O-line. Can the D-line can they pressure the quarterback without bringing pressures?
Right.
If they can put Jaden Daniels under duress without using extra guys in coverage to accomplish that. If you can drop all those guys back and still get him to get the ball out pretty quickly and not give him time to make reads and allow for those big shots to happen, then I think we're going to come out and dominate LSU. If we can't get pressure on the quarterback from just the upfront guys that without bringing linebackers and safeties, then that's what it's going to take to win.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And the crazy thing is that you get past this one, you got to go to Kentucky, You got you
Which
got
Kentucky
the scrimmage.
is also
That's
now
another
up.
tough game
Yeah,
too, man.
It is.
I mean, I
You
know
saw the way they played Tennessee. I mean, their team, they don't have a whole. I mean, Coach Stoops to me is one of the best coaches in the SEC, but you're hamstrung at Kentucky, and I hate to say that because I love Coach Stoops and I love what he's built there, but I don't know if the ceiling is much higher for him because I don't think you can get those guys to come to Kentucky
unless you come up with a bunch of money.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
Like what he said, and he mentioned that after they lost to Georgia, and people were like, "Oh, what is he saying?" What he's saying is exactly right. Like, if you're Kentucky fans and you want to be a good football program, start divvying the loot out because that's how you do it now.
Oh yeah, I mean it's like what we talked about with Jimbo and Coach Saban, that feud they had. Jimbo got all upset, but at the same time, it is legal now.
Yeah,
I mean you can go through the fine print and find a few errors here and there, but for the most part, guys are buyable.
Yeah,
and that's if you're going to compete in college football, you better be able to buy them because. At the end of the day, unless a guy, grows up and is a huge Alabama fan through and through, or a Auburn, Ole Miss, Mississippi State, Tennessee, if you're check hitting the biggest, then they're not coming to you.
There was a guy that once wrestled, very, very famous wrestler named he was the $1 Million Man, and he used to say every man has his price. Do you remember him?
That's right.
And I think that's the way it is these days.
Yeah, that's right.
He had a bodyguard named Virgil. Do you remember him?
I know that every man has his price, and I can see his face.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. And I'm wondering, what that is for Kentucky. But I'll tell you about Jaden Daniels. The guy's completing passes 73%. He's got 25 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. He's legit, man. He can run the football. He can throw the football. These are the type of quarterbacks that have given Nick Saban problems over the years. Just because they can do two things at once. And I'm curious to see how Alabama defends him. But I also feel like with a week off, and a team that's focused, I think at least for one half of this football game, this guy's going to be confused.
Yeah. I always worry about these bye weeks because you got a week to kind of get out of your rhythm and not be in that same schedule. And, people may think bye weeks are a great thing. I really don't. I always liked having a game every week, having the same schedule, doing what you're supposed to do. Sometimes it kind of gets you out of whack with that week off and not that same schedule. But I think the game plan is going to be there. I mean, when have you ever seen? Very few times have you seen Coach Saban unprepared for a game.
Yeah, never.
I mean, usually when we lose, it seems to be undisciplined football, and whether it's false starts, holds, also all these penalties that we've had this year, just from being a young team. But again, seems like we're hitting our stride, and I think that second half versus Tennessee gave us a lot of confidence, and it just seems like a brand new team, And again, now look, first half Tennessee game, Joe Milton plays like Jaden Daniels, so. Jaden Daniels comes out there and there's not a whole lot of pressure on him throughout the whole game. And our offense, goes a couple 3 and outs and gives him plenty of time. We could be in trouble, but I just don't see that happening.
Were you surprised at the line though, being like 4.5?
I thought it was going to be 6. Here's where you can't trust me on Alabama games. I'll just go ahead and tell you. If I'm betting, I'm taking Alabama.
Right.
And this line was close enough. I'll get to a few lines where I'm thinking a little more clearly.
Yeah.
But the homer in me kind of ruins my judgment here.
Yeah, I
think 6 is good. I think it's a really good line.
Right.
The public's on LSU right now, which makes me think it's Alabama all the way. I think that's right about where the line should be, 6-7.
Right. So under that, then you take Alabama, and you're confident with that. You're confident with that.
Well, the way that I pick now says,
You're waiting for me to take Alabama, and then you're going to take LSU.
Like if LSU was 2.5. That's right. That's right. If LSU was 2.5, I'd be wanting to take LSU. I wouldn't take that bet because I can't bet against Alabama. But, 2.5 tells me, okay, Vegas knows LSU's going to win somehow. And it's crazy. I wish I would have understood betting and knowing lines when I was playing, because I would look at them and be like, all right, why is it this?
Yeah, right.
I'd love to, can you look up what the Ole Miss line was in 2015 versus us?
Oh, let's see. I will.
Because I'd love to know what that line was. If there was anything that tipped Vegas off that we were going to lose that game.
I want to say it was like at least 10, right?
If it was, then Vegas didn't know anything, because that week of practice sucked.
Did it?
Yeah, it did.
7.
Then yeah,
does that make sense? No, maybe that was. Let's see. It says 7, but
what were they ranked back then? I can't remember. I think
they were ranked 15th or something,
and we were like 4 or 5, maybe.
Yeah. I'm still looking here, but I know we were favored, but I don't know.
I don't know, 7,
6.5, 7. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that kind of makes you think.
And it opened up at 8.5. Is what this is telling me.
I don't know. That's another thing. Vegas wanting you to take Alabama at 8.5.
I'll tell you,
Ole Miss.
I had this. I'll tell you, man. I'll never forget that game. Yeah. Ole Miss opened at 8.5. Moved down to 6.5 and ended up at 7. I'll tell you this. I'm doing the post-game show on the Tuscaloosa local radio station.
I bet that's a fun show.
Well, I hated doing it. I don't even know why I even did it. Because it was after the Crimson Tide Sports Network's show, and their show was it was 50 Golden Flake commercials, and then hey, what'd you think about the game? We'll take a call. I thought we sucked today. All right, back to and they would go to commercial. So by the time you get it gets to you, nobody's left. Everybody's watching TV and stuff. There's no
Get their
calls.
mind off the game.
Oh yeah, dude. Now, I do one on YouTube, and I can't even answer enough calls. I do. I'm all right, 6 calls in. All right, guys, we'll talk to you next week.
Oh yeah.
That show, you'd be all right, does anybody else want to talk about this? Anybody? Anybody? Nobody cared. Okay. All right. Night, guys. And I'll remember, because I'm at the game, and I'm I got to get to the studio to do this. I don't even know why I'm in a hurry. I guess just because of traffic, because I have an hour and a half or 2 hours between the time that CTSN gets done and we're coming on. And I leave, and then all of a sudden, all the scoring happens. I'm leaving the stadium. I hear all the roaring. I get back there. So I had a buddy, an Ole Miss buddy in town, and it was before Uber hit Tuscaloosa. And he was having the time of his life, man, I never thought would see this happen, winning in Tuscaloosa, but he couldn't get back to my house because there was no cabs and no Uber. And you remember Tuscaloosa was the last city to have Uber. And so a couple of my other friends prank called my show and kept acting like they were him trying to get an Uber. So the only calls I got were from my friends prank calling, pretending to be him, trying to get an Uber.
Oh yeah.
Because I was hey, can you guys give him a ride? That was a bad idea. That was a bad idea. No, we can just prank your show that no one's listening to, we're this guy trying to get an Uber ride. So
a lot of hot calls.
Yeah. I've had some good Ole Miss Alabama. I forgot, and the funny thing is, like, you and Ryan, you guys are in here.
Oh yeah.
I'm dismissive of that Ole Miss Alabama game, because I don't know. I've just been around a long time, and they haven't beat us a lot. And you guys are always serious when it comes to it's like, I don't know about Mississippi State. Like, look, Mississippi State has beaten our ass. They got those games that they won were like, guys, the ball hits a dude on the helmet and it falls into their lap. Like, I'm going to tell you right now, we have lost to Mississippi State where they have physically beat our ass.
Oh, yeah.
They're different type of games. And I know it hasn't happened lately. I mean, they're on like a 17 or something game losing streak, right?
Oh, yeah.
They got Shula fired, and then they haven't won since. But I just remember, like, over the years, like, seeing those guys, like, 2-star guys that came from, like, Tuscaloosa. Like, I played at, like, County High, or I played at Central, and I'm Alabama's not recruiting me. I'm going to Mississippi State, and I'm going to just tackle everybody. I'm going to make every play.
Alabama.
Yeah, right. Because I'm tired of hearing about Alabama, and
I beat the shit out of this guy in high school.
Yeah, right.
He's playing in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, you get it. So like, I guess my perspective is like so much different. Like, to me, Mississippi State is a bigger rival. But I don't know. I mean, I was, I'm older,
Yeah, I mean, you got to think the Mississippi State, while I was there, beat us 2 out of 3 years, 2014 and 2015. So Ryan, I mean,
you mean Ole Miss?
I mean, yeah, Ole Miss.
Yeah. It really confused me if that was the case. I'm leaving the stadium when we lost to Mississippi State. I thought Alabama should have hired Sylvester Croom and not Shula. I played baseball with Kelvin Croom, great dude.
Yeah.
One of my guys, and I'm like, they need to hire his uncle.
Oh yeah.
If we're trying to win. And then we don't. You know what I mean? Like, if we're trying to win and we're not, and then we got, got what we got.
What was the reasoning behind Shula? Because he was a quarterback at Alabama?
No comment. I'm not going to tell you what I really think, but I will tell you this, that we should have hired Sylvester Croom.
I never met Shula.
I know he's a good dude.
I've met Sylvester a few times.
Yeah, but Sylvester Croom should have been the hire.
Yeah, I love Sylvester Croom.
No
He's
doubt.
Great guy.
No doubt. No doubt. And
I loved his philosophy when he was at Mississippi State too.
Right. But you're playing with like half the deck.
Oh yeah.
Compared to what you have at Alabama.
Well, that's the thing at Alabama. You got, you can, people from up north or wherever can talk shit about Alabama all they want to, but at the end of the day, you can win at Alabama if you've got the right coach.
Oh yeah,
obviously.
Come on, man. I
mean, obviously.
Yeah, and I've always said this about Saban.
It's the most storied program in the country, really.
When we got Saban, it was the perfect mix. It was like the perfect storm. That movie, like Saban's his own hurricane. Well, we're our own hurricane too.
Oh yeah.
Like you're getting all of us, and we're getting all of you, and now all of a sudden we've combined, and we're a category 5.
He's got the perfect, the perfect combination of like very, very professional and then that redneck West Virginia streak in.
We're gonna fist fight, me and Jimbo.
The ultimate combo.
There's a place in West Virginia called Polka, and their team is the high school is the Polka Dots. That's true. Polka, West Virginia.
I'd love to see a polka dot game.
Yeah. So it's a great mix.
Is that where Randy Moss went?
No, but I'll tell you, Randy Moss is one of my favorite all-time players, man. That Marshall. I remember him. They played West Virginia won't play Marshall because they don't want Marshall to turn out like Auburn.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
And so, but they played a little bit.
Yeah.
And West Virginia's always beaten Marshall. West Virginia's like top part of the state, and then Marshall's like down at the bottom. And the way that they do this is that this is the state, right? Like this or like this. And so Marshall's down here and then like West Virginia's like, WVU's up here. So they play and West Virginia scores and they're doing all their drives and then they just throw the ball to Randy Moss and he just runs past everybody. You're like, whoa. You know, I remember watching that. That was before like it was hard to find that game.
Yeah.
Now it'd be like,
and that's how Chad Pennington became the starter of the New York Jets.
Chad Pennington, yeah. And I mean Chad Pennington, Chad Pennington was a great quarterback in college.
Oh yeah.
You know,
well, it's I mean,
why didn't he go to Tennessee? He was from Knoxville, wasn't he?
Was he recruited by Tennessee?
I don't know, but I mean, he went down there and threw the ball to Randy Moss.
I mean,
got into the NFL. Didn't he?
That's right.
I remember those games, and honestly, like we're so lucky now with the way the TV is because you can catch a game like that now.
Oh yeah.
I love those, and I'm sure you're betting on them. I'm watching them. You know, like last year when South Alabama is playing UCLA. And I'm like, I just want to watch this. Nowhere to watch it.
You got to get ESPN Plus now.
Is that where that was?
ESPN Plus.
Did you see that one?
Oh, yeah. If it weren't for that, and I love Kane Womack. I think he's going to be a hell of a coach. And I hate to even say this because I live around South Alabama.
Uh-oh.
But, I mean,
I need to give you a refill before you say this.
I mean,
kegerator. What do you?
I hope South Alabama can hold on to him as long as possible.
Oh, you like him?
Oh, I love him.
They whooped the shit out of Oklahoma State.
Oh yeah, well that's what I'm saying.
That? Like a couple.
I hope South Alabama can hold on to him as long as possible.
Yeah.
Had South Alabama beaten UCLA, I don't know if Kane Womack's at South Alabama this year.
Right. You know? Like, but they went in there and took care of it. Those close calls, though, do help you as you like progress. Because you think sit around thinking we could have beat them.
Oh yeah, probably should have beat them.
Yeah.
Just I tell you, man, being a college football head coach that's got to be one of the hardest jobs that you could ever really think of. I mean, just how do you know that that's going to be one of the biggest deciding factors? And this is me talking, but probably for Kane, he beats UCLA. I think somebody's probably swooping in and getting him based on their performance last year. How do you know to prepare for that play in that moment and that one play really decides a lot of what your future looks like as a head coach, for your career.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And I know he was doing great at South Alabama. He really doesn't need another job, but I know eventually it's going to happen.
Yeah. This year. I mean, he'll be like, hey, we're going to hire the guy that just beat Oklahoma State. And Oklahoma State has a chance to win the conference.
Oh yeah.
You keep an eye on that.
Oh yeah.
And that whole Big 12 is
oh yeah. No,
up in the air.
Yeah. Kane will be a Power 5 head. Well, I don't know if it won't be the Power 5, but
yeah.
But he's going to be a big time coach. He already is, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
In just a few years.
Well, yeah, even bigger. So you need a refill, and I got to ask you a question so I can. What can I get you? What do you want?
A light one.
A light one. All right, I'll get you a light one. Alabama LSU. Tell me, you're like, let's go back. I'm going to tell you some of my Alabama LSU games. Like, I was there. I've seen us lose to LSU in Tuscaloosa, and I've seen us beat them there when we're not supposed to win. This is the weirdest rivalry that Alabama has. I mean, going back to like tip balls where we had a little bit of there was a run where Alabama didn't lose to LSU in Baton Rouge or in Louisiana from 1969 to like 2000. I think it was 2000 or 2001 or something before when Saban was there. So maybe it was 2000.
Yeah, just like double the length of the
it's
Tennessee.
Crazy. It was all the way from Bear Bryant, Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And so
Isn't it funny? Saban kind of screwed himself and building LSU up.
I know. He's fighting his own monster.
You did that.
Yeah,
you did that.
This is you. To me, the TJ Yeldon one was the most amazing. My son was a little baby at the time, and I'm watching the game, and we score, and my wife thought I was going to kill him. I'm running around the house. I got him tucked under my arm like a football.
Oh yeah,
I'm doing that. I mean, I'm going crazy. He thought it was great. She didn't think it was.
How was he, like 3 then?
He was like a little dude. Like he was like a football. You know what I'm talking about? Like we lived in Tuscaloosa. I'm like, I couldn't believe that one. Last year was probably the most disappointing of those games because I thought we were the better team and we were so uncreative. I know you like Bill O'Brien. I respect him. I just thought last year that they needed to be more creative with the offense, and they did towards the end of the year. They should have started it then with the creativity. But at the same time, like, this rivalry is really interesting. I was down there. We lost to them. I want to say it was like 2010 maybe or 2011. I don't know, some way long time ago. We had a
6-3 game, the game of the century.
No, I was at that one too.
Man, that was.
And then I was at I was at that one, and then I was at that one. I sat with Cheryl Yingling of Yingling Lager, got us all tickets at the 50. So that was awesome. I was high-fiving Tim Brando. Somebody reminded me about that recently. But that after the game of the century, I was in the zone for the game of the century, and I had a lot to drink, and I thought that we had scored a touchdown, but it was really an interception. Remember that play?
Oh yeah.
And I was going to crowd surf, but maybe everybody wasn't down with that. And I think back on that, and I'm like,
can you imagine if you crowd surfed and realized it was an interception?
Yeah,
afterwards?
I think they realized it first, but oh well. That was a tough one. But then, and then after that, after we ran them out, I was in I stayed in the same hotel that LSU did for the national championship game, and we were all in there. And after we won, I saw Les Miles come in, and just the look on his face, that disappointment, I really did feel sorry for him. Like, and not even in a, like just in a personal way. Like I could feel the pain when he came in after that game. Now, did I love the fact that we whooped their ass? Well, hell yeah, I did. But at the same time, you realize like it is like, you know what I mean? Like it's as happy as we are.
For those guys, it's
terrible.
Yeah, for those guys, it's like it
was terrible.
I mean, I don't think people realize, when coaches lose, and they're so guarded in these coaches' interviews after games, you don't really get to see what they're really like. I mean, when they lose a game, I mean, not only have they lost, but some of them are looking for new jobs the next year.
Okay.
I mean, moving their entire families, adjusting a whole new situation. I mean, that's why I didn't want to get into college coaching. But I mean, can you imagine just, you lose, you go to USC, Alabama, LSU. I mean, you're an assistant coach, you lose 3-4 games, and all of a sudden you're looking for a new job in a new city on the opposite end of the country in 2 years.
Yeah.
It'd
be tough.
So yeah, I feel bad for him too. It'd be.
I saw I just saw the look on his face. Like, man, here he comes. Like, I couldn't even heckle him. I was like, man.
Yeah.
I
mean, but then you think about some of them. I mean, Ed Orgeron.
Yeah.
Coach, I think.
Can you believe that guy won a championship?
I think we're going to have to go in a different direction. Where's the door?
Yeah.
19 million? Hell yeah.
Did you see the commercial, the Roback commercial? He's like in the front, like the front office, and he's like, I don't know. It's like, I love it. It's one of my favorite commercials ever. It's not like on TV. It's like digital commercial.
It's like the movie The Blind Side when he's got his appearance, and you're like, can somebody rewind that so I can understand what he said?
Oh, I know. Were you disappointed when the guy from The Blind Side, Michael Orr, like said it was all fake. That hurt your soul.
Yeah, for sure.
It did me too, man. He was a Raven. I loved him as a Raven.
Oh yeah.
Like
I wanted so bad. I watched that movie, multiple times, and when I was leaving Florida State coming to Alabama, I wanted so bad. I was thinking about doing it. And Coach Saban came to my house, and we were looking at her, we're shaking hands in the front yard. I was this close to being like, "Hey, like those Windsor balances." I wish I had so bad.
You should have.
You're young. You don't think. I mean, you're like, "Oh, what do I think about?" I wish I had just done it. It'd been so damn funny.
That is classic right there.
So how about those Windsor balances?
It's like that guy.
I wonder if that was his. They said that he was the one that came up with his lines in that movie. I don't know if I believe that.
I don't even know. I don't. You know him better than I do. I know when I was working for CTSN.
He didn't mention any architecture when he came to our house.
No. When I worked at CTSN, we would run into him at the airport, going places and stuff. I was always scared of him. He always looked pissed off.
I think that's by design.
You know what I mean? Like he was always just like, and I'm like, no pictures. He's actually like, you can tell he's just loosened up so much.
Oh, it's crazy.
I mean, like in the last 5 years, like he's just, I see him and I'm like, man, this guy, like I probably would get a selfie.
No, yeah. That's right.
Like he was not selfie material back then.
No. I can't imagine what he was like in his LSU days.
So focused. I told the story today on my other show about you saying, because is his birthday tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
His birthday party. Don't ruin my birthday with a cake, because I'm going to yell at all you MFers right now.
It was basically like you already ruined it by a shitty practice on birthday eve. So you better get your ass out there and practice hard. I was like,
you want to make it a great birthday?
Oh yeah, and that was my first year there, so it was like, all these guys have done it year over year. I was like, this is the first birthday I've witnessed of Coach Saban, and it's like, get your ass out there and practice.
I just see you with like the little party hat on.
Everybody had them on too. It was like, they had candles lit. We all had hats on.
Like you like with the little. And him just being like, cut this shit.
Yeah, it was all of you suck. Get your ass out there and prove me wrong.
Yeah, right. I think that's what makes him great, though, is that he's that guy.
Oh,
Give me a cake.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want any of that stuff.
Oh, yeah. No,
Right.
I say all that, but again, if I needed him now, he'd be.
I know. Look, we love him. We love him. All right, Alabama, LSU. What's the biggest concern that you have right now? And we'll talk about this again on Thursday. But right now, like what when you look at this matchup, what's the thing? Do you think that like they just score so many points we can't keep up with them?
I would say 3 and outs being one, giving LSU a bunch of possessions, and penalties. Getting us behind the sticks on first down. I mean, that kind of adds into that 3 and out scenario. Defensively, I think we're fine as long as we play a game where it's pretty even. As far as time of possession goes, the same concern I had against Ole Miss. Ole Miss, we show up, we play, lights out on defense. Offense plays pretty well.
Yeah.
Eventually. We cannot come out there and give them all, the majority of the time of possession battle in the first half, and then just come up and show up in second half. I mean, Tennessee, look, Joe Milton played a great game first half. Played a lot better than I thought he would. But Jaden Daniels is a totally different quarterback. This offense is a totally different offense. They're a lot better, consistently a lot better. They're not come out in the second half and lay an egg like Tennessee did. So if we can control that ball and not even score every possession. I mean, score. If we score 28 points, I feel pretty comfortable we score 21 points. I still feel comfortable. I don't know if we'll cover at 21 points. But this offense can get out of hand really quick. We have one mishap on defense, and our offense isn't controlling the ball. We're going to be in trouble. And I love this Alabama team. I love it. I mean, I think we're, it's one of those teams that I think has the potential to be special. But if we don't start running the ball with consistency and having the ability to dominate teams up front and milk clock, say when we're winning the game up by maybe, 10 to 7 points, eventually we're going to run into that team that's going to give us problems.
Yeah.
And at times we've flashed some really, really good drives where we run the ball, but it hadn't been a consistent thing yet where, say you got 8 minutes left and we're up by 7 and you can just, all right, I got my offensive line and I got Derrick Henry. Yeah. I got my offensive line. I got Najee Harris. I got Josh Jacobs. It's always been like, man, I hope we gash them on one play and at least get field position here where we can put them back back towards their 20, 10, 5-yard line. I mean, you correct me if I'm wrong, but I just haven't felt that comfort yet.
I haven't either.
And running the ball, especially in college, is the key to being a consistent team and win ball games. I don't care what you say. You can be the greatest offense in the country, but if you cannot run the ball, I mean, you are not going to win games consistently. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, and that's what they did last week against Tennessee. They ran the ball. In
the second half. Yeah. First half it was like, can we just?
But running teams are like that though. Like it to be consistent at running, you have to keep running.
Yeah,
because you got to wear down the defense. Like that's how it's always been.
But we have got to get Jalen Milroe more involved in the run game as well.
He's going to be. You know why? Because I think he's going to be healthy this week. I know you and I differ on this, but I'm telling you, you're going to see.
I'm going to shoot.
You shoot him up.
Jeff Allen a text.
You shoot him. Because I'm telling you right now.
Are you shooting this big MFer up before every game?
I feel like I think he was hurt. I think that's why Vegas went against Alabama, against Texas A&M. He was in the pocket a lot. Now, I mean, just me. Nobody's told me this. I just, with my own two eyes, I saw him running the ball a lot more last game. Now he's had 2 weeks off. I think we're going to see the explosive Jalen Milroe again.
I thought he looked pretty good 2 weeks ago.
I know, but he wasn't the guy that we saw at the beginning of the year. And you know what I'm talking about.
Wasn't the Mississippi State Jalen Milroe.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I'm like, but it wasn't.
That's mixed analysis.
Yeah, that's my.
As long as we see the Jalen Milroe, we're good.
You see him going. Everybody's like this, you'll know.
That's right. No, I agree. Against Mississippi State, I saw him take one hit where I was like, "Oh, that's a separated shoulder." And
because you have now, so you feel like
right now is about the time where he should be getting over that.
And see, I think it may be right in the old hip pocket here, and he's back to normal. But I don't know. I'm just telling you, that's just my assessment. I just think that he's going to be as healthy as he's been, and the experience of having to be in the pocket is going to help him. Because now, I mean, look, there were games where he couldn't run at all. And we still figured out a way to win.
The Arkansas game, wasn't running around a ton, and made plays in the pocket when he needed to. Moved around and kept his eyes downfield through the ball. It is one question I heard too from Aaron Murray is like, do you think that Alabama can sustain these games where they just make plays at the end of the game and win? And I guess my argument to that was that, when you have a winning culture like Alabama does, and you got guys who kind of see from generations before them that, how to win in those crunch time moments like Jalen has all year. I mean, I think as long as again, as long as we don't fumble the football and make a bunch of mistakes and get penalties, we've got that opportunity. I don't see any issue. As long as Alabama's not beating themselves, we're going to win every game on the schedule.
Okay.
You know?
I like that. I like the sound of that. All right. As we go down the stretch run on the first of our 2 shows this week, you still going to be Tom from Tom and Jerry on Halloween?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
I think
just throwing that out there. All right. Other games to keep an eye on. What do you think
the line is on Notre Dame?
Throw it out.
Hang on one second.
Yeah, throw it out. Let's see.
Well, Notre Dame, Clemson.
Clemson is going down the wrong.
I love to hear that.
Where are they at? Notre Dame or Clemson?
I think they're playing at Clemson.
At Clemson, they just lost. It was another close game. Notre Dame's going to be favorite by 7.5.
Clemson is a 2.5-point dog.
Really?
Clemson is right as can be.
Yeah,
Clemson's winning that game this Saturday.
You think so?
Clemson, yes.
Okay. Wow.
Clemson, yep, they're playing at Clemson, 2.5-point dog.
I look at your sparkling.
I mean, yeah.
I hate when I see that.
If that's not a Lance's lock, I'll drive up to Birmingham and slap the shit out of them.
You're saying Lance's lock needs to be Clemson.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
All right, next one. Give me the next one.
All right, here's one. Here's one that's going to be a little bit less of a retirement pick, but A&M Ole Miss.
Ooh, A&M Ole Miss. Where is it?
It's at Ole Miss.
Ole Miss, okay. Ole Miss is on a roll right now.
Love to hear that.
They're playing some good football. They got a coach named Lane Kiffin. Texas A&M. Texas A&M has the talent to beat them. 3.5 Ole Miss.
Shit. Yep, you're right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll throw that one out.
Who are you going to take?
Saying A&M.
How are you?
The public's on Ole Miss.
Okay, but I mean, I would right on the bubble there.
But I said Ole Miss was a 7-point favorite.
All right. Well, you would have figured that,
guessed.
right? But they got the talent. All right.
USC, Washington. Washington undefeated. USC coming in 2 losses in a row.
Yeah, USC, and this is a lot of pressure right now on Lincoln Riley. And they've got a great offense. But Michael Penix is one of my favorite college football players. Love Michael Penix.
Big Penix energy, huh?
I like the big Penix, yeah. Where is it?
I think it's at Washington.
It's at Washington?
I believe. Hang on.
I'll look it up.
I believe so.
I'm going to give you the line here.
It's at USC.
At USC. Okay, so that's going to shrink the line. You're probably going to give them 4 for that. Washington, pretty good. About a 5. 5.
Shit. It's USC plus 4, plus 4.5.
Yeah, I'm right there. I'm locked in right now.
All right, well,
this isn't baseball, man.
Clemson's the retirement pick, guys. That's I feel really comfortable right now.
I've been here. Who are you taking in that one?
USC.
You're gonna take the home dog.
Oh yeah,
that's a good. Always take the home dog. If you take the home dog, they're gonna do you.
But this conversation right here proves that Clemson's the one this weekend.
Okay. Any more?
I think there's one more. Hang on.
I'm like Johnny Public here. Johnny Public.
I hear Iowa State, but I don't know much about Iowa State.
I don't either. Where are they at?
I don't even know. I got some degenerate buddies who talk about gambling all the time.
Because I know Iowa State. I think it's Kansas. I know this.
Then it must be a close line.
Well,
that's the deal.
I want to look it up because I know Iowa State all of a sudden has like crept back into the picture, right? And no one thought like Iowa State, like we better be keeping an eye on Iowa State. But you better be keeping an eye on Iowa State, because what if it wasn't Texas and Oklahoma in that championship game? All we've thought is it's going to be Texas and Oklahoma, right? Would that throw you for a loop?
You know, in that conference, I've never had a, you know, I hate that we lost.
It is Kansas. I was right. I'm
What's the line?
money. Well, you tell me. What do you think of this? Kansas at Iowa State. It's a 6 p.m. game on ESPN, your favorite station.
Iowa State plus 2.5, just because I saw what happened last week.
You're right. You're on the money. So what's that tell us?
Iowa State, baby.
Take Iowa State.
Oh yeah.
All right. You were right on there. All right. Well, we're going to be back Thursday. Is Ryan going to be here Thursday?
You know, I don't know. I need to send him this clip because he told me he's going to be here last Thursday. Said maybe this Monday. And he keeps shit in the bed. So
shit in the bed.
Bro. Yeah. You know,
he's definitely invited. We're going to really dig into Alabama and LSU on Thursday, and then Friday I'll be up there. Big game.
You going to R&R?
Yeah, I'll be at R&R. I'll be at Innisfree. You
smoking some cigars after? Are you hanging around for Saturday?
I don't know yet. I'm 50-50. LT's saying
you get your fill for the Tennessee game.
I don't know. LT's going to be there. I mean, I kind of want to. I'm kind of up there right now.
Yeah.
Be fun. We'll determine all of that on Thursday. We'll determine all that on Thursday.
Yeah, I got a feeling that's going to be like a Friday, Saturday morning decision.
Could be.
Yeah, I'm staying.
Because a lot of times I end up at R&R after Innisfree, or I stay at Innisfree really late, and then I'm like, all right, I'm here, Yeah. And then that means that
That's going to happen.
Weekend.
You're going to have too much fun.
All right, guys, thanks for hanging out with us. Elephant in the Room. We will get back to you guys again on Thursday. Please be part of the station. Like and subscribe. Roll Tide, everybody.